Sa mga estudyante, bibigyang pansin, USC candidates usisain.
All-in tapatan ang inaabangan at mga pinag-uusapang talastasan ng mga kandidato.
Kasama ang ating moderator host, Unibe Broadcasters Julian Bermundo at CJ Ramos.
Ito ang Harapan 2026, the USC Candidates Grand Debate Forum.
Lumalagablab na sagupaan ng mga ideya,
Inaabangang talakayan ng mga plataporma.
issue at mga hinaing ating tututukan
Buksan ang mga mata, tenga at isipan.
para mangusisa ng prinsipyo, plataporma at paninindigan.
Makiisa,
Mangilatis at tumulat sa
Harapan 2026, the USC Candidates Grand Debate Forum.
Magandang hapon, pamantasan ng Bicol! Live tayo ngayon dito sa Bicol University College of Engineering Gymnasium para sa inaabang harapan ng mga susunod na leader estudyante ng ating universidad.
Sa ilang sandali lamang ay ating uusisain at kikilalanin ang mga kandidato ng University Student Council para sa nalalapit na eleksyon sa ating pamantasan. Ako ang inyong lingkod, CJ Ramos.
At ako naman si Julian Bermundo, makibahagi sa malawakang palitan ng mga ideya at bisyon para sa Universidad ng Bicol.
Ang harapan ay ang nag-iisa at pinakamalaking debate ng mga USC candidates sa Bicol University, hatid sa inyo ng University Student Electoral Board at ng The Bicol Universitarian.
Para sa mga estudyanteng wala rito sa Buseng Gymnasium, kagaya ng mga nasa satellite campuses at sa kanilang mga tahanan, mayroon po tayong live stream na papanood sa The Bicol Universitarian official Facebook page.
Simulan na natin ang hapon na ito sa panalangin, pambansang awit at sa himno ng ating pamantasan.
We ask that you bestow your guidance and blessing upon each attendee. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. Bless everyone present today, that each may be able to share his or her contributions and gifts. Grant good health and safety to loved ones left outside this room, and bestow peace and goodwill to all of us. We ask for your wisdom and grace to use our talents for the betterment of others. May the various activities related to this day be a success through your intervention. With gratitude, we offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
Iyupilas ng silanganan, anak ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyat ka ng magiging sa manlulupig. Di ka pasisili sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit na baga. Ay nilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang matawat mo'y tagumpay na naninilig. Ang bituin na taraw niya kailan pang may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw naman, bakit pagsinta mo'y langit sa piling mo? Aming ligaya na pang may malapit ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. This is the
Maaari na pong maupo ang lahat. Bago natin simulan ang tapatan, ating pakinggan ang mensahe ng ating Bicol University President, Dr. Babyboy Benjamin Nebres III.
Thank you very much. Hi. Hello. Alam ninyo, bago ako pumunta dito, nagmuni-muni muna ako kung kailangang pumunta ba talaga dito o hindi. Tatandaan ninyo na ang grupong ito ay hindi lang magdidesisyon na kung anong mangyayari sa studentry ng ating pamantasan, bagkus sa administrasyon ng ating pamantasan. Sa aking pagmumuni, hindi ko rin alam o ito nga ba ang maging pamantayan para sa aking magiging desisyon kung itutuloy ko o hindi. Sa tingin ko, sa mga gantong sitwasyon, even though you give all the best, it's still not worthy. Hayaan ninyong basahin ko ang aking maikling mensahe na prepare ko, pinag-isipan ko kagabi. Sayang naman kung hindi ko babasahin. To our future BUNU leaders, faculty mentors, and to the members of the University Student Election Board, officials and staff of the Office of Student Affairs and Services, officers of the University Student Council, especially to our University Student Regent, Mr. Kyle Braun, and to each and everyone sa roong maimbong na hapon po sa Indogabos. Today, as we gather for the Harapan Convocation, we affirm one of the most important traditions of Bicol University, the nurturing of student leadership rooted in service, integrity, and vision of becoming a university for humanity, for sustainable societies. At yan ay kung nararamdaman nyo pa rin ba. This convocation is not merely a prelude to election, neither is it a chance to simply show off one's debating skills or gain popularity. It is, in effect, a celebration of democracy in action, of youthful courage, and of enduring values that shape our institution. Productive scholarship, transformative leadership, collaborative service, and distinctive character driven for humanity and in the service for humanity. To our candidates, whether from BU leaders, Buklod, or independent voices, you stand before your peers not only to present platforms, but to embody the ideals of representation. Leadership is not about titles or position. It is about listening. Remember, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of God. So the results of this election will be respected. It is about embracing one's duties and responsibilities while knowing your limits and taking care of the student body that you will represent should God and destiny favor. I encourage you to remember that the University Student Council is more than a governing body. It is a training ground for citizenship, a crucial for collaboration, and a beacon of student empowerment. The challenges you will face, balancing diverse perspectives and advocating for student welfare and aligning with the university's mission will demand resilience, humility, creativity, and an openness to accept people's idea, advocacies, more often than not, looking beyond the messenger and focusing instead on the message. Let this convocation remind us that leadership should be shared, and it is a shared responsibility. Together, candidates and voters alike, you are building a foundation of university community that values dialogue, inclusivity, and service to humanity. A mirror on how we later on choose our national leaders. And may the election that follow reflect the best of Bicol University, our unity in diversity, our passion for learning, and our dedication to shaping leaders for nation and the world. May the spirit of responsible leadership and democracy guide us all. Padagos lang po tayo mga kapwa Cubiueños. Diyos ang magbalo sa gabos.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nebres, for that very insightful message. Bicol University! Bicol University! Handa na ba kayo? Para sa opening statement at self-introduction ng ating mga kandidato, narito ang ating mga pamantayan. Mayroong 3 minutes ang campaign managers upang ipakilala ang kanilang mga kandidato.
3 minutes ang ilalaang oras para sa campaign speech ng bawat kandidato maliban sa mga tatakbo sa pagka-chairperson na bibigyan ng 5 minutes.
Samantala, mayroon namang 5 minutes ang bawat independent candidate para sa kanilang introduction at campaign speech. Ngayon, ang pinakahinihintay ng lahat, narito na ang ating mga kandidato.
Let me tell you.
Mula sa BU Buklod,
BU Leaders League of Democrats.
at ang ating mga independent candidates.
Simulan na natin ang USC convocation sa pagpapakilala ng ating mga running USC candidates at ng kanilang partido. Magsimula tayo sa independent candidate sa posisyon ng business manager. Tatlong taon, tatlong posisyon, iisang layunin, ang serbisyo para sa Biuenyo. Ako si Denmark Helio Pardas, ang inyong susunod na USC Business Manager. Nagsimula bilang isang junior counselor sa BUCBEM CSE, kung saan naging parte tayo ng iba't ibang mga booths at bazaars sa ating kolehiyo.
Bukod dito, naging organizer din tayo ng bazaars at bancheto sa mga malls dito sa ating syudad. Naging CSE representative at kalaunay nagsilbi bilang USC Deputy Finance Officer. At sa naging karanasan kong ito, isa ang malinaw kong nakita. Na hindi problema ang kakulangan ng ideya, kung hindi ang kakulangan ng sistemang tunay na makakapagpalawak ng potensyal ng ating mga inisyatibo. Katulad sa karamihan, lalong-lalo na ng mga estudyante leader, nakikita ko rin na malaki ang potensyal ng mga konsehong pangyarihin ang kani-kanilang mga programa. Ngunit, isa sa mga kinakaharap nito, katulad ng University Student Council, ay ang kakulangan sa working budget para sa implementasyon. Kaya naman, bilang isang individual na naging parte na ng konseho at nakita ang mga naging problema nito, nais kong ihatid ang aking mga plataforma. Platforms that are grounded on the vision of delivering an expanded, responsive, and student-driven service for BUeños. Una, Isko Promax. The University Student Council, specifically the Office of the Business Manager, was able to generate gross sales amounting to 876,420 pesos and a net profit of 58,982 during the first semester. Expenses that are worth over 800,000 pesos. The numbers signify something. And most importantly, it serves as our foundation to push for initiatives that will drop overall costs and expenses by 20%. Dahil dito, hatid natin ang mga inisyatibong nakaangkla sa tatlong mahalagang plataforma. Cost optimization, operational efficiency, at profit maximization. Sa simula pa lamang ng semester, ay nais nating magkaroon ng accessible at ready-to-order na merchandise sa tindahan ni Isko. Magkakandak din tayo ng demand forecasting upang malaman natin kung ano nga bang mga produkto ang tunay na patok sa ating mga estudyante. Nais din nating paigtingin pa ang partnerships with student merchants at entrepreneurs. Sa pamamagitan ng accreditation at integration, masisiguro nating aligned ang kani-kanilang mga produkto at serbisyo sa pangangailangan ng mga estudyante. Nais din natin gawin pang mas accessible at visible ang tindahan ni Isko. Hindi lamang sa events ng USC, kundi pati na rin sa events ng iba't ibang organisasyon sa loob ng ating universidad. Pangalawa, Isko ni tindahan. Nais nating maging tulay ang financial capability ng University Student Council upang mas marami pang estudyante ang matulungan. Hindi natin pananatilihin sa universidad ang pondo. Ibababa natin ito sa bawat kolehiyo. Sa pamamagitan ng proposals, budget plans at masusing pagsusuri ng mga ito, masisiguro nating maiaabot natin ang naangkop na suportang pinansyal sa mga CSEs. Ngunit hindi lamang ito para sa mga konseho. Bukas din ito sa mga organizations, advocates at students within the university. Nais din nating magkaroon ng konseho ng financial capability upang makatulong sa estudyante sa pamamagitan ng financial assistance. Isang bukas at patas na inisyatibo upang tugunan ang pangangailangan ng BUeños. Isko Promax ang lumilikha ng kita. Isko ni tindahan ang nagbabalik ng serbisyo. At BUeños ang sentro ng lahat ng ito. Hindi nag-iisa sa karera dahil sa aking plataforma, BUeños ang bida. Sa muli, ako si Denmark Hill Leopardas, ang inyong USC Business Manager!
Dumako naman tayo sa pagpapakilala ng mga kandidato sa partido ng BU Buklod.
Bicol University, gising na ba kayo? Gisingin
ang natutulog na lakas ng BUeño. Mapagbuklod na araw, BUeño! Handa na ba kayo?
Yes, I.
We serve you here, we serve you now. In this initiative,
integrity, involvement, hindi lang hangarin mula sa tatlo, makakamit natin. Mula sa kolehiyo ng mga outstanding,
#love lang. Ako po ito, si Allen Basilia.
Simon Maasahan. Ako po si Simon Narvaez.
tara kay Sara, this is Sara Valhirino.
Narito upang gisingin ang lakas ng bawat biyuhen nyo.
Samahan ninyo kami ipakilala ang mga hanay ng bughaw.
Quality over quantity, serbisyong may aksyon.
Tatlo, ipanalo, Biyuenyos, ibasura ang mga trapo. Bughaw na bukas, ano, tara? Wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa, unahin natin, Ashley Daniel G. Ledesma.
Bawat galaw ng sentavo, ipapakita ang resibo. Ledesma ingat sa pondo, Ledesma integridad sa serbisyo.
Save na cash,
Itiwala kay Ash. My finance officer,
your finance officer, our finance officer, Ashley Daniel G. Ledesma.
At sinong ideal SG from Robredo? Mark Dominic Peregrino.
Sa SG na roll, speed with accuracy ang kanyang goal.
Files, letters, reso, master yan ni Peregrino. Matik na yan kasi tatak, Robredo.
My Secretary General, your Secretary General, our Secretary General, Mark Dominic Peregrino. At sinong perfect tandem kay Domi? Walang iba kundi si Usui.
Usui for USC, we know that she's ready. Kay Usui, hindi ka magsisisi dahil serbisyo niya ituloy-tuloy. Hindi pwedeng maybe.
Early for DSG, bet na bet ko te. My Deputy Secretary General, your Deputy Secretary General, our Deputy Secretary General, Arlie Uzui Marco. Bit-bit ang pag-asa ng bughaw na bukas.
Passion to serve ang magsisilbing lakas.
Para sa leder gabos kasabay, serbisyong pinakamatibay. Buklod ako, buklod man kiraray. Buklod ako, buklod na tayo.
Lakas, maingat! Lades, maingat sa pondo. Lades, integridad sa serbisyo. Where accountability and transparency are the goal, no peso will ever fall. With Ashley as your FO, bawat sentabo may resibo. Mapagbuklod na araw, Biyuenyos! Ako po si Ashley Daniel G. Ledesma, a third-year political science student. Ang masinop na ingat yaman at dating tagasuri ng BUCSSP College Student Council at ang auditor ng BUCSSP Liab NSRC. Having served in finance since my first years, I've learned that transparency goes beyond paperwork. It requires the courage of integrity. Hindi ito nagtatapos sa iisang papel o sa iisang dokumento. Transparency lets you see the numbers, but integrity makes those numbers worth trusting. Kaya bilang inyong susunod na USC Finance Officer, sisiguraduhin po natin na ang pera ng bawat biyuenyo ay iniingatan at may resibo. Sa pamamagitan ng budget talks, magkakaroon tayo ng buwanang konsultasyon at financial update. Sa pamamagitan ng Project FinCode, aayusin natin ang sistema ng pagsasaayos ng mga dokumentong pinansyal. Sa Project PU Inform, we will utilize a centralized and user-friendly guide for accessing scholarships and financial aid. At sa huli, sa Project UD Bingo, maglalagay po tayo ng karagdagang basurahan para sa ating pamantasan. Buklod BU acknowledges that student leadership is not a privilege. It is a call to service and a commitment to responsibility. We will not just lead you. We will be with you. With Peregrino, your next USC Secretary General, Marco, your next USC Deputy Secretary General, at para sa serbisyong tapat, maingat at maintegridad, I am Ashley Daniel G. Ledesma, your next Finance Officer. Serbisyong subok na at may patutunguhan pa. BU-Wenyos, Marida kay Ledesma. Buklod ako, buklod ka tayo. Buklod ako, buklod bandiraray. Salamat po. Mic test.
Uzui sa USC DSG na ready! Kay Uzui, ang papers are always smooth and steady. Hindi ka magsisisi. Sekretaryang subok na, serbisyong maaasahan pa. Uzui for USC, Marco ang DSG ko. Isang mapagbuklod na araw, BU-Wenyos! Ako po si Arlie Uzui O. Marco, a student leader, a volunteer, and an advocate. Ngayon, buong pusong tumatakbo bilang inyong susunod na Secretary General. Kunwari, pumasok, yun pala, nagdala na ng resume. Nagsilbi po ako bilang 3-time year-level secretary, 2-time under the Secretariat Committee of JMR-IGD Student Empowerment Council, 2-time Secretary General of Buklod BU, and currently a University Counselor under the Secretariat Committee. Ito po ang mga karanasan na nagpakita sa akin kung paano gumagana ang sistema at kung dahil kailangan natin ng sistemang maganda at gumagana para sa koneksyon ng konseho at ng estudyante. Dahil po dito, andito po ang aking 3 plataforma. Una, sustain a policy. Para ma-include ang sustainability sa bawat projects at proposal to reduce waste and proper management of resources. Ikalawa, the project says, Council Execution Support Protocol. Dahil po hindi lang ako shadow ng ating Secretary General. This will help execution summaries, implementation, and assigned offices for timelines for our counterparts sa ating mga CSE secretaries. At ikatlo, Agos Handa, the Disaster Governance Project. This aims for a better system, organized, transparent, at hindi lang lumulugod kapag may disaster na, but rather giving a prepared and much better system for our Bicol University students. Ang aking pong plataforma ay hindi lang nakapaloob sa pagiging sekretarya, ngunit para sa ating mga BU-Wenyos. I have proved myself in the secretariat field, and I am now more than ready to serve the BU-Wenyos. Kaya kasama si Mark Dominic, your next Secretary General, Ashley Ledesma, your next Finance Officer, at para sa serbisyong ready at steady, I am your next DSG, Arlie Uzui Marco. Buklod ako, buklod na tayo. Buklod ako, buklod mandiraray. Maraming salamat po.
Para sa Merkadong Konseho, sex work niya angat na todo. Domo will lead with rhythm and speed. USC goals, he's sure to exceed. Domo ready for SG, Buklod BU para sa inyo, kasama ninyo. Isang mapagbuklod na araw, BU-Wenyos. I am Mark Dominic E. Peregrino, a third-year public administration student from BU-JMR-IGD. Ang kasalukuyang kalihim ng Robredo CSE na handang-handa na maging punong kalihim ng USC. I've been in the student leadership long before I stepped foot in this university. I started from the grassroots, serving as a 2-time commissioner to the president and immersing myself in various committees. These weren't just titles, they were my training ground. As your secretary, I've headed more than 15 events, but I've also seen the struggles of every BU-Wenyo. Buklod BU's core this year is to awaken the sleeping power of the students. But how do we awaken that power? We do it by removing the administrative barriers that hold us back. Andito po ako sa inyong harapan, presenting myself with a greater purpose. To bring the Secretariat of the USC to the forefront. Dahil ang Secretariat ang gulugod ng ating konseho. Now, the question is, Donnie, how will you do it? BUNYOS, I present to you my platforms. First, Sec Ready and Steady. We are revolutionizing the Secretariat by providing a centralized hub of compliant documents. Second, the SEAL initiative. We will empower students through consistent check-ins and collaborations. Third, the PUSing. No more overlapping schedules, no more missed opportunities. By aligning our university activities, we ensure that every BUNYO stays informed. And lastly, the ECUSing. Integrating environmental consciousness to the USC. Because a servant of the public must also be a servant of the environment. Buklod BU goes beyond the technicalities. We will not just lead you, we will be with you. Kasama si Ledesma, our USC Finance Officer, Marco, our USC Deputy Secretary General, and yours truly, Peregrino, your USC Secretary General. We are Buklod BU, at tara, kisira na kitang lakas ng BUNYO, Bicol University. Buklod ako, buklod na tayo. Buklod ako, buklod ba at kiraray. Maraming salamat po.
Atin namang kilalanin ang independent candidate sa posisyon ng External Vice Chairperson.
Ako na! Ako nga po pala si Earl J. Acuña. Si Acuña subok na. Sa paglilingkod ay hindi papalya. Pagiging External Vice Chairperson ay aking kayang-kaya. Kaya sino pa ba? Wala nang iba kundi ako na, si Earl J. Acuña. Good day, BUNYOS. I am Earl J. Acuña, a third-year literature student. I've been the external vice president of numerous college-based organizations in the College of Arts and Letters. I am also a junior counselor for 2 consecutive years na po. 2 consecutive years na po. And I am the incumbent business manager of the Cal CSC. Now, vying as your next USC External Vice Chairperson. My vision of a university student council is through sustainable partnerships po. This is what we need, BUNYOS. BUNYOS, matanong ko kayo, umaaray na ba kayo sa mga prices ng everyday bilihin natin? If yes, I got you. Because dala ko ang aking plataformang BU Discount Relief Card. Dito po ay makakapag-partner po tayo sa ating mga business establishments para makapagbigay po sila ng discounts. Dali po, nakapag-usap na po tayo, may initial talks na po tayo sa ating mga partner establishments during my term as the CSC Business Manager. And bali, ipapakita nyo lang po ang school ID nyo and mabibigyan na po kayo ng karapatang student discount. Bali, because of this, marilesen po yung financial straits natin sa bawat BUNYOS. And my next platform po is my personally advocacy of mine. Because as a literature student of the College of Arts and Letters, kailangan po natin patasin ang literacy rate sa ating komunidad. That is why, through my Project Akbay, ito po isang long-term community involvement kung saan makikipag-partner po tayo sa DepEd. Dito po ay mabibigyan natin ng karampatang solusyon ang literacy rate sa ating komunidad. Nakapag-usap na po tayo sa SDO Albay, nakapag-usap na po tayo sa DepEd Regional Office 5 at mga aral implementing officers. Dito po masisigurado natin na quality ang education na mabibigay natin sa bawat kabataan. Bale, as your next USC External Vice Chairperson, ay mapapamura natin ang mga bilihin gamit ang BU Discount Relief Card at ang Project Akbay naman po para matulungan natin or we will give back towards the community. dahil bawat connection ay pagtitibayin. Lahat ng BUeños ay papalugin. There will be no students left behind dahil we will build connections with each and every one of you. We will bridge every platforms, we will bridge every promises dahil ito ang deserve ng bawat BUeño. Kaya sino ka ba? Wala nang iba kundi ako na, si Earl J. Acuña. Earl J. Acuña, your USC External Vice Chairperson. Earl J. Acuña, your USC External Vice Chairperson.
Sa ngayon, magpapakilala din ang mga kandidato sa partido ng BU Leaders League of Democrats.
Sa konsehong may puso at aksyon, BUeños ang angat sa bawat panahon. Freedom, equality, and vigilance. I am Dan Lester Magdamit Loretta from College of Medicine at ang pinaka-fresh na campaign manager ng BU Leaders League of Democrats. Ostero, Lubitania, Flores, Miranda, Lim, Vista at Bron. Pitong chairperson ng student region mula sa BU Leaders. At ngayon, ang kauna-unahang chairperson ng student region mula sa Accountancy Department ng College of Business, Economics and Management. Kanya May Ledesma Verario. Sa konsehong may puso at aksyon, BUeños ang aangat sa umaalam, lumalaban. Huwag na nating patagalin pa. Diretso na sa kandidato. Diretso na sa plataforma. John Paul Panasa, your next USC PIO.
Ang lider estudyante na kinakailangan ng ating pamantasan ay ang lider na kayang tumayo sa kung ano ang tama at totoo. Lider na handang umabante para sa pag-abante ng mas progresibo at kolektibong pag-uswang ng lambang estudyante. Isang mapagpalang araw, Bicol University. Ako si John Paul Panesa, isang second-year journalism student mula sa Kolehiyo ng Arte at Letra. Dala-dala ang puso, prinsipyo at aking mga plataforma. Una, ibalangibog ang maugmang istorya ng BUeño. Ang aking paniniwala, ito ang tamang panahon para ibida natin ang istorya ng masa sa Bicol University. Magtatag tayo ng pundasyon para labanan ang misinformation at disinformation sa ating pamantasan. Palakasin natin ang ating alliances to our campus journalists, sa ating mga student activists para maitatag ang buong puwersa ng pamantasan ng Bicol. Kaya't sa aking ikalawa at ihuling plataforma, isusulong natin ang discussions of the quarterly accomplished task. This is an overview of the full disclosure policy ng transparency at accountability ng konseho habang kolektibo at buong hanay ang kanilang paniniwala sa buong organisasyon at konseho ng pamantasan ng Bicol. Sa muli, ako si John Paul Panesa, kasama nyo sa impormadong masa, Balitay Uma Arangkada, your next USC Public Information Officer. Kasama ang nagkakaisang konseho ng BU Leaders League of Democrats slates of 2026 sa pamumuno ng CSR ng BUeño, Kanya May Ledesma Verario, angat ang sigla ng Pusong BUeño. Panes na panes ang serbisyong walang bintis, pag si Panesa ang PIO, nakalkulado ang bilis. Kami ang BU Leaders na nagsasabing, Salus Populi est Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may pusong aksyon, BUeños ang aangat sa bawat panahon. Umaalab, lumalaban, laban BUeño, pusong BUeño. Sa ika-23 pagkakataon, sabay-sabay nating ipanalo ang mga estudyanteng paglilingkod. Maraming salamat po.
Angelica Esther Humawas, your USC Business Manager.
Andito na siya! Sino ang anghel sa konseho? Strategic sa pagplano, strategic sa aksyon. Siya ang the best para sa posisyon. Business manager na matalas at matataas,
andito na si Angelica Esther Humaas. Hello, Bicol University! All the way from Masbate Province, this is Angelica Esther Mapili Humaas, your shining, shimmering, and splendid candidate for USC Business Manager. Mula sa lugar ng mga periodista sa Kolehiyo ng Arte at Letra. Buong puso po akong tumatakbo sa ilalim ng BU Leaders League of Democrats. At sa 10 taon ko po sa serbisyo bilang isang leader estudyante ay subok na ang aking kakayahan. Naging business manager po tayo ng CalNSTP, founder at president ng isang community organization, at 2-time na nahalal bilang executive officer sa 2 university-based organization. Sa serbisyo, dapat tapat at karapat dapat. Kaya dapat kay Esther dapat. Honesto, promise! Sa business managing, dapat may blueprint, dapat may plano. Kaya handog ko ang aking 3 B's. Unang B, Busy Hive. Ito ay isang sentralistadong sistema para sa ating mga student entrepreneurs para ang inyong mga side hustles ay magkaka-platform. Pangalawa, ang ating Beautic. Ito ay isang thrift and thrive market para ang mga pre-love fix and pre-love clothes nyo ay magkaka-platform at magkakaroon ng halaga. Pangatlo, ang ating Project Bulig. Ito ay isang student assistance program para hindi lamang kami ang inyong matulungan, kundi matutulungan rin natin kayo. Ang mga plataforma ko po ay para sa inyo, ginawa at para lamang sa inyo, hindi para sa akin at kundi para sa konseho at para sa lahat ng mga BUN nyo. Kaya ano pa ang inaantay nyo? Dito ka na sa Anghel sa konseho, strategic sa pagplano, strategic sa aksyon. Siya ang the best para sa posisyon. This is Angelica Esther Humaas, your USC Business Manager. Kasama ang buong BU Leaders League of Democrats slate sa pumumuno ng aming Chairperson and Student Region, Camille Ledesma Veralio. Kami ang BU Leaders na nagsasabing, Salus Populi et Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may puso't aksyon, BUenyos ang aangat sa bawat panahon. Umaalab, lumalaban, laban BUenyo, pusong BUenyo. Thank you!
Chris Evan Rotamola, your USC Deputy Finance Officer.
Hangad nyo ba ang serbisyong tapat at wais? Serbisyong mahalaga ba ang inyong nais? Well, kay Chris, pondo ay walang miss. Kay Chris, serbisyong atid, siguradong wais. Mula sa Hilagang Bicolandia, ako po si Chris Evan V. Rotamola, serbisyong wais ang dala. Narito po ako sa inyong harapan, hindi lamang para humawak ng pondo, kundi para tiyakin po na ang bawat pisong ipinagkatiwala ninyo ay may direksyon, saysay at pananagutan. Sa kasalukuyan, isa sa mga hamon sa ating pamamahala ay ang kakulangan sa sentralisadong financial reporting system. Dahil rito, nagkakaroon po tayo ng kalituhan at minsay pagdududa. Kaya narito po, isusulong ko ang aking unang plataforma, ang One Ledger, One System, One Standard. Dito po, layo nating magkaisa ang CSC Treasurers at USC Finance Officers upang mas mapaigting ang integrity at fiscal responsibility sa iisang digital na plataforma. Ngunit naniniwala po ako na ang isang sistema ay hindi sapat kung wala tayong katuwang na kaalaman. Bilang Executive Head for Communications ng BU Junior Financial Executives, narito po ang aking ikalawang plataforma, ang BUwise Building Understanding in Finance. Layo po natin dito magkaroon ng creative digital content at practical guides para sa ating mga BUenyos upang mapaigting ang financial literacy. At higit po rito, hindi po nagtatapos ang ating advokasya kasi katuwang ang ating External Vice Chairperson, Mr. Clyde William Constante, isusulong po natin na dalhin ito sa ating mga komunidad dahil naniniwala po tayo na ang kaalamang pinansyal ay hindi lamang po limitado para sa iilan, kundi ito ay para sa lahat. Mga kapwa ko BUenyo,
kasama ang ating Finance Officer, Ms. Glenn Diong, at ang susunod na Chairperson at Student Regent na si Ms. Camia May Ledesma Veralio. Ako po si Chris Evan Viro Tomola, ang Deputy Finance Officer nyo. Muli, kami ang BU Leaders, League of Democrats na nagsasabing Salus Populi et Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konseho may puso at aksyon, BUenyos ang angat sa bawat panahon. Lumalaban, laban BUenyo, pusong BUenyo.
Glenn Diong, your USC Finance Officer.
Ang Chinese na hindi ka igigipit, si Glendy na never kukupit. Sa reliable FO, you can never go wrong with Glendy Ong. Marahay na aldaw, Bicol University. Yes po, si Glendy na naman. Ako po, si Glendy Ong. Yes po, umisa pa talaga. Your USC Finance Officer under B Leaders League of Democrats. I am a proud third-year communication student mula sa Kolehiyo ng Arte at Letra. Experience? Check. Technical and practical skills? Check. Face card? Check na check. Sa 3 taon kong pamumuno bilang isang leader estudyante, ako po ay naging 2-time president ng college-based organization, 2-time auditor ng department-based organization, junior counselor at pati na rin university counselor. Ako po ay nanibihan mula department level, college level hanggang university level. Kaya my service is proven and tested. From being your auditor to now your finance officer, I bring you my 2 platform, financial remittance policy using 3 systems. Unang sistema, centralized remittance system para sa recording at koleksyon, flexible remittance system para sa pagtala at madaling pagbabayad, and of course, remittance dashboard para sa klarong pag-uulat. At syempre, bilang isang student artist, hatid ko ang advocacy-driven platform, Likha at Kita, isang plataforma para sa mga student artists na naglalayong magbigay ng plataforma at oportunidad to actually showcase their artworks while maintaining profit. Sa muli, this is Glenn Diong, your USC Finance Officer under B Leaders League of Democrats. Kasama ko ang aking Deputy Finance Officer, Chris Evan Rotomola, at ang susunod na Chairperson and Student Regent, Camia May Ledesma Veralio. Ang Chinese na hindi ka igigipit, si Glendy na never kukupit. Sa reliable FO, you can never go wrong with Glendy Ong. Sa muli, kami ang BU Leaders na nagsasabing, Salus Populi est Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may puso at aksyon, BUenyos ang aangat sa bawat panahon. Umaalab, lumalaban, laban BUenyo, pusong BUenyo.
Julius Christian Cutara, your USC Deputy Secretary General.
University! Hanap niyo ba ang sekretaryong serious? Ay ang si Julius. Sekretary at na plakado, serbisyong sigurado. DSG, Tara? Kutara! Magandang araw, BUenyos. It's your DSG, Julius Christian C. Cutara. Iboto Tana! Currently a 3-year BSB management student from the college that always go beyond the best, BU CPM! Credentials, Tara? Kutara! Presidente po ng Junior Institute of Management, leading with system at direction. USC Secretariat Committee, train sa koordinasyon at sa dokumentasyon. At iba pang secretariat roles at position. Kaya kung trabaho ang basihan, sanay sa laban. Plataforma, Tara? Kutara! Una, SDG, Secretariat Development Goals. Hindi pansamantala, kundi pang matagalang sistema. Archiving system, check. Tracker, check. Sustainable, attainable, check na check. Ikalawa, bilang management student, POLSEC and management for core function. Planado, organisado, kontrolado ang proseso. POLSEC ang sikreto. At ang huli, ang Labrabard, ang komunidad na may lumalaban para sa BUenyos. Plataformang para sa LGBTQIA+ community. tatlong plataforma, sistema, estruktura at puso. Sa muli, Julius Christian C. Cotara, your next UST Deputy Secretary General. Kasama ko aking Secretary General Lawrence Saison at sa buong partido na pamumunang aming susunod ng CSR, Kanya May Ledesma Viralio, Secretariat ng Plangado, Servisyong Sigurado, DSG, Tara, Cotara. Sa muli, kami ang BU Leaders League of Democrats na nagsasabing, Salus Populi es Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konseho may puso at aksyon, BUenos ang angat sa bawat panahon. Umaalam, lumalaban. Laban BUeño, pusong BUeño.
Lawrence Saison, your USC Secretary General.
Sa documentation at coordination, kay Saison, may system at organization. Sa solid na SecGen Foundation, kay SG Lawrence, ating desisyon. Hello, BUeños! I am Lawrence A. Saison, a third-year BS Economics student from the College of Business, Economics, and Management. Your next USC Secretary General, kung saan nagsilbi na po tayo bilang USC Business Manager ngayong taon. Parte na po tayo ng sistema at aktibo tayong nagpapamalakas sa loob ng sistema. At dagdag pa rito ang aking mga karanasan bilang Deputy Secretary General ng BU-CBEM SAGE, Member Secretary ng USC Constitutional Convention, at mas lumawak ang ating abilidad sa record keeping, attention to detail, coordination at systematic organization. Kaya bilang inyong Secretary General, nakasektor ang aking mga plataforma sa transparency, sustainability, and transformative leadership. Una, SYNC, Systemized Network for Continuity, kung saan magkakaroon tayo ng digital centralized database repository system na kung saan lahat ng secretariat files ay mas mapapadali, efficient, effective ang pag-access ng bawat BUeño. Pangalawa, ang LANTAD, Leadership's Actions, Notes, Transparency, and Disclosure, kung saan ilalantad po natin ang mga diskusyon, regular updates through simplified report mats sa ating mga BUeños para ma-feel nila parte sila sa mga diskusyon ng BU. And pangatlo, ang hubog, Holistic Upskilling for Better Organizational Governance, kung saan huhubugin po natin ang participatory ng organisasyon sa loob ng Bicol University through leadership and governance sa pamamagitan ng tuloy-tuloy na leadership program formation. Kaya hindi na kayo mag-aalinlangan sa coordination at documentation dahil kay Saison may system at organization. Kay SG Lawrence, ating desisyon. Once again, I am Lawrence A. Saison, your USC Secretary General. Kasama ko po ang aking Deputy Secretary General, Julius Cotara, at sa pamumuno ng aming Chairperson and Student Regent, Kanya May Ledesma Viralio. Muli, kami ang BU Leaders League of Democrats na nagsasabing, Salus Populi es Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may puso't aksyon, BUeños ang aangat sa bawat panahon. Umaalap, lumalaban, laban BUeño, pusong BUeño. Thank you.
Mula sa Kolehiyo ng Pagkalinga, Clyde William Constante, your USC External Vice Chairperson.
CWC for EVC. Kapag kay Constante, tayo'y aabante. Sa externals, di na baguhan, walang inuurungan, serbisyong totoo lamang. EVC na maaasahan, si CWC ang dawan. Kalinga ang paninindigan, Constante ang pangalan. Clyde William Constante, your next External Vice Chairperson. Hello, BUeños! I am Clyde William Constante, a third-year nursing student from the College of Nursing. Currently, I am the Vice President for External Affairs of Youth Access. I am also the officer in charge of the External Affairs Committee of the BU University Student Council. Alam natin hindi lang partnership at sponsorship ang trabaho ng isang External Vice Chairperson. Tayo din ang tulay at mukha ng konseho. Kaya, saan ka pa? Dito ka na. CWC for EVC. Sa aking plataforma, linalayon natin ang oportunidad, paghasa, at pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating mga bawat BUeño. Unang-una,
ang oportunidad sa labas at loob ng ating institusyon. Conference, trainings, workshops, at iba pa. Makipag-ugnayan din tayo sa mga establishmento at kumpanya upang mabigyan ng pagpipilian ng bawat BUNyo sa kanilang on-the-job training. Makipag-ugnayan din tayo sa internal university offices kagaya ng Internal Relations Office, Extension Management Division, Research and Development Management Division. This is Project Extend, united in purpose and bridging lives. Pangalawa, hahasain natin ang potensyal ng bawat BUNyo. Practical man ito o technical. Handog ko ang Skill RX na para sa inyo dahil ang kaya nyo ay ating papalawakin at ating papatatagin. Panghuli ang Commu Series kung saan nakipag-ugnayan at nakilahok tayo sa student-led projects at community engagement. But wait, there's more. Dapat kasama kayo. Dahil tumatakbo ako para sa BUNyo. Ako muli si Clyde William Constante, your next External Vice Chairperson. Kalinga ang panindigan, subok na sa komunidad at lansangan. Sa muli, kami ang BU Leaders USC Slate sa pamumuno ng ating Chairperson ng Student Region, Camia May Ledesma Riveraglio, na nagsasabing, Salus Populi es Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may puso at aksyon, BUNyos ang angat sa bawat panahon. Umaalab, lumalaban, laban BUNyo, pusong BUNyo.
Ang pinagmanahan ng Robredo, Joffrey Nicolas Peña, your USC Internal Vice Chairperson.
Ready for IVC! Joffrey galing sa BUGMRGD. USC, Joff ready! IVC, Joff ready! GLC, Joff ready! Basta si Joffrey, ready for IVC! Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ako si Joffrey Nicolas Zelo Peña, the third IVC, all the way from Robredo. I am second-year public administration student, serving the matapat, matino, mahusay, at may puso. Bilang CSC representative, nagawa po natin ang ating mga lahat ng plataforma na naglalayon na may sentro, ang serbisyo at pamumunong matapat at may puso. May isa tayong salita. Bilang your next IVC, alam na po natin ang trabaho at realidad sa GLC dahil tayo ang chairperson ng Student Rights and Welfare Committee. Binigyan natin ng diin ang pagbigay ng espasyo sa red tagging policy upang magbigay ng mas ligtas at safe na space para sa ating mga BUNyos. Tatlong bagay na gagawin natin kapag tayo naupo. Pinakauna, GLCEC. Mas gusto nating mas maging accessible, produktibo, ang madali ang GLC. Tayo po mismo, si IVC po mismo, ang pupunta sa inyong mga pinto. Tutulungan natin ang mga colleges and CSEs, tayo po mismo, si GLC po mismo ang pupunta sa inyo. Pangalawa, sa pamamagitan ng maugmang BU, mas gusto natin magkaroon ng mas masaya at maugbang komunidad ng UPOs. I-highlight po natin ang kanilang mga istorya. Also, the systematic partnership, tayo po mismo directly from the USC, through the internal affairs, bibigyan po natin sila ng mga oportunidad. At huli, the first ever UPO Days ng Bicol University ay mamangyayari po sa termino natin. At dahil galing tayo sa Robredo, isusulong natin ang first ever Seal of Good Governance sa Bicol University. Ito ay isang performance-based award system kung saan bibigyan natin ng oportunidad yung mga maliliit na CSCs at UBOs dahil naniniwala tayo na hindi ito sa pakapalan o padamihan ng papel. Ito ay sa kagustuhan ng mga leader na makapagbigay ng input sa kanilang mga estudyante. Muli ako si Joffrey Nicolas Peña, your next Internal Vice Chairperson, kasama ang aking BU Leaders Slate sa pamumuno ng ating first ever CSR from CBEM, first ever CSR from Accountancy, Camia May Ledesma Riveraglio, your next Chairperson and Student Regent. Kami ang BU Leaders na nagsasabing, Salus Populi es Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may puso't aksyon, BUNyos ang angat sa bawat panahon. Umaalab, lumalaban, laban BUNyo, pusong BUNyo.
BUNyos, nandito na siya! BUNyos, nandito na siya! BUNyos, nandito na siya! All the way from accountancy, the CSR with competency. Sa piskalya at pulisiya, kayang-kaya ni Camia ang CSR ng BUNyos. Piliin si Veraglio!
Lideratong nagkakaisa, kayang-kaya ni Kamya. Piskalya at polisiya, kayang-kaya ni Kamya. Subok na sa konseho, piliin si Viralio. CSR na Biueño, piliin si Viralio. All the way from accountancy, she's a CSR with competency. Kamya May Ledesma Viralio, your USC Chairperson and Student Regent. Isang mapagmahal na araw po sa inyong lahat. Sa loob ng 3 taon kong paninilbihan bilang isang estudyante leader sa loob ng Bicol University, hindi ko lamang po nakita, kundi akin ding nadama ang mga problema at issue na kinakaharap ng ating mga kapwa estudyante sa loob man o labas ng konseho. Tayo po ay nakinig, naging parte ng mga dialogo at tayo din po ay nagbigay ng serbisyo higit pa sa inaatas sa atin ng ating posisyon. At sa isang sistemang unti-unting nawawalan ng tiwala ang mga estudyante, kailangan natin ng isang lider na kayang tumayo at manindigan upang ibalik ang tiwalang ito sa konseho. Siya ang dapat nating piliin, siya ang dapat nating iboto. Ngunit, dapat din nating suriin kung sino-sino nga ba sa mga kumakandidato ang may tunay na may puso, prinsipyo at plataforma na kasama ang mga estudyante at para sa estudyante. Dala-dala ang bandera bilang isang third-year BS Accountancy student, isang Sibemian at isang dugong Masbatenya sa aking pagtakbong muli. Dala-dala ko po ang panawagan ng representasyon sa aking pinagmulan at sa aking komunidad na dinadala dito sa ating universidad. Tayo rin po ay nailuklok bilang isang auditor ng University Student Council at Chief Commissioner ng Student Commission on Audit. Tayo din po ay nanilbihan na bilang isang representative ng BU-CBM-CSC, naging Secretary General ng BU-CBM-SAGE at naging committee member na din po tayo ng BU-USC at BU-JPIA. Isa po itong tagumpay at isa po itong parangal, isa itong testamento na tayo po ay may dalang prinsipyo, tayo po ay may dalang pagtitiwala na binigay sa atin ng ating mga kapwa estudyante. At sa pangatlong pagkakataon ng aking pagtakbo, kumakatok muli sa inyong mga puso para sa isang platapormang may puso para sa BUeños. Handog ko po at ang aking buong slate, ang pusong BUeño. Isang 4-point agenda na naglalayong matugunan, mabigyang aksyon at proaktibong solusyon ang mga issues at problema na kinakaharap ng ating mga konseho, lalong-lalo na ang ating mga estudyante. Una, prioritizing student representation through shared governance. Lingid sa ating kaalaman, dapat po meron tayong boses sa pagpili at pag-endorso ng kung sino man ang susunod na university president sa paparating na BU presidential elections. Ito po ay gaganapin bilang isang special session ng GLC at magkakaroon tayo ng student pulse surveys at presidential vetting rubric system upang ito ay maging isang objective deliberation process. Pangalawa, upholding higher standards in student fund tracking. Nakaangkla sa sistema ng pera ng konseho ang tiwala ng BUeños. Kung kaya't mas paiigtingin natin ang University Financial Policy Code sa pagpapasa ng University Clearance Policy na kung saan katabaho natin ang ating mga finance officer sa pagkakaroon ng digital tracking system at open ledger reporting para mas ma-enhance natin ang transparency and accountability for the financial systems of the Council. Pangatlo, strengthening inter-campus connection through localized student leadership support. Kasama natin ang mga external campuses dito. Kasi isa tayong institusyon na may malawak at iba't ibang sangay. Kung kaya't dapat siguraduhin natin na walang naiiwan, kundi lahat ay may kagapay. Tayo po ay magkakaroon ng mga capacity building and training session dito kasama ang Puso Caravan at ang Hubog Initiative ng ating Secretary General. Pang-apat, opportunities, outreach and opportunities for better communities and careers. Ito pong plataforma ito, itong agendang ito, naglalayo na mas paramihin pa ang mga oportunidad na naibibigay sa ating mga kapwa mag-aral the moment na sila ay graduate o magtapos ng kanilang pag-aaral sa institusyong ito. Dahil kailangan nating harapin ang katotohanan na sa industriya, iba pa rin ang ating magiging laban doon. Ito po ang aking agenda, ang plataforma na nais namin ihandog sa inyo. Puso, prinsipyo, plataforma. Kayo ang kasakasama sa lahat ng advokasya. Tandaan na sa piskalya at polisiya, kayang-kaya ni Kamya, CSR na Biueño, piliin si Viralio. Kamya May Ledesma Viralio, your USC Chairperson and Student Regent. Kasama ang buong lupo ng BU Leaders League of Democrats na nagsasabing, Salus Populi es Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa konsehong may puso at aksyon, Biueño sa angat sa bawat panahon. Umaalam, lumalaban, laban Biueño, pusong Biueño.
Panesa, Humawas, Rotamola, Ong, Kutara, Saison, Constante, Opeña, at Viralio. Muli, kami ang BU Leaders League of Democrats na nagsasabing
Salus Populi es Suprema Lex, the welfare of the people is the supreme law. Sa
Konsehong may puso at aksyon,
Biueño sa angat sa bawat panahon. Umaalam, lumalaban.
Please. At para sa ating huling kandidato, narito ang independent candidate sa posisyon ng Chairperson and Student Regent.
Pakikinig
Pag-unawa,
at paggawa.
simpleng mga kataga na maaari nating marinig sa mesa mula sa kabisera.
Ngunit ito rin ang mga katagang kailangan na isang simpleng Biueño.
Mga Biueño, si Tristine Carmel de Mesa ay nagsimula sa Bicol University na maraming hadlang sa kanyang pangarap. Siya ay below quota na pumasok sa Bicol University sa ibang programa.
Maging arkitekto, yan ang gusto niyang pangarap. Kaya naman, nung nabigyan siya ng pagkakataong makapag-shift sa Bicol University Institute of Design and Architecture! Ginawa niyang pasasalamat ang paglingkod. Pakikinig, pag-unawa at paggawa, mga katagang kailangan ng isang Biueño.
Tristine Carmel de Mesa has been bringing these values in her acts of service.
4 years of executive leadership.
4 years of fighting for the rights of Biueños.
4 years of handling bureaucratic problems and giving meaningful solutions.
Ngayon, nakita niya sa 4 na taon na kailangan niyang ipaglaban ang mga student leaders, working students at simpleng Biueño laban sa kulay, sa administrasyon at sa mga pang-aabuso. Marami nang nangako.
Pero, kaunti lang ang umupo at nagkipag-usap.
Sa ating mesa, tayo ay makikinig, uunawa at gagawa, mga katagang kailangan sa makabuluhang pag-uusap.
Andito na at handang makipag-usap. Dadalhin tayong lahat sa mesa. Ang ating Chairperson at Student Regent, Tristine Carmel de Mesa. Kasama mo sa mesa.
Magandang araw po sa inyong lahat, mga kapwa ko mag-aaral, mga kapwa ko Biueño. Alam nyo, kung may isang bagay na paulit-ulit kong naranasan bilang estudyante, iyon ay ang pinakamahalagang usapan ay nangyayari sa simpleng pag-upo, sa simpleng pakikipag-usap, at sa simpleng pagiging totoo sa isa't isa. At nagsimula ako bilang shifter. Nagsimula ako bilang isang nangangarap na mag-aaral. Ako si Tristine Carmel de Mesa na nagmula sa Institute of Design and Architecture. At dahil sa pangarap kong ito, isinulong ko na maabot ko ang mga pangarap ko. Ako ay naging isang junior counselor, naging block president, naging CBO president, naging CSE vice president, at naging CSE president ng BU IDEA. At dahil sa pangarap na iyon, binuo ko ang vision na kasama ka sa mesa. Kasama ka sa makamasang espasyo para sa ating Biueño. Dahil naniniwala ako na ang isang konseho ay hindi dapat nasa harapan, kundi kasama nyo, kundi katabi ninyo. At kung bibigyan nyo ako ng pagkakataon bilang maging inyong USC Chairperson and Student Regent, ipaglalaban ko ang mga plataforma kong ito. Una, ang Mesa Connects. Oo, may boses ng mga estudyante, ngunit hindi ito na-address ng maayos. Kung kaya't bubuo tayo ng maayos na proseso sa pagkikinig at pagsusuri. Pangalawa, ang Mesa Response. May mga proyekto tayo at events na hindi naman talaga naaangkop sa pangangailangan ng mga estudyante. Kaya bubuo tayo ng maayos at konkretong mekanismo upang i-prioritize ang mga ito. At panghuli, ang Mesa Pathways. Aminin natin, hindi pantay ang natatanggap na karapatan ng mga satellite campuses sa atin ng mga nasa mainline na students. At isinusulong ko na tayo mismo na konseho ang lalapit sa kanila. Tayo mismo ang bubuo ng pathway para maayos at matala sa kanila ang kanilang pangangailangan. At naniniwala ako na ang isang konseho ay hindi namumuno o hindi naririto na nasa harapan ninyo. Hindi kami nasa harapan, kundi katabi ninyo. Hindi lang kayo tagapakinig, hindi lang kayo nauupo dyan. Kasama kayo. Kasama kayo sa usapan, kasama kayo sa plano, at kasama kayo sa aksyon. At bilang estudyante, isang ordinaryong estudyante na nagsimula in my humble days, humble times, na naging isang liderato. Ako si Christine Carmel de Mesa, your USC Chairperson and Student Regent, na naniniwala na hindi dapat tayo magkakahiwalay. Tayo ay magkakasama. Kasama ka sa mesa.
Salamat po. At dyan po nagtatapos ang pagpapakilala ng ating mga candidates.
Bicol University! Napakinggan na natin ang lahat ng 15 mga kandidato.
Huwag na natin itong patagalin pa. Simulan na natin ang Harapan 2026 The USC Candidates Grand Debate Forum!
Para sa guidelines ng debate ngayong hapon, lahat ng tanong ay babanggitin lamang ng 2 beses. Bawat kandidato ay bibigyan ng 90 seconds para sagutin ang tanong.
Kapag tapos nang sumagot ang naunang speaker, bibigyan naman ng 60 seconds ang kanyang kalaban para mag-rebut, mag-react o magtanong bilang pagtugon.
Ang tanong, reaksyon o rebuttal ng kalaban ay sasagutin ng speaker sa loob ng 30 segundo o 30 seconds. Para sa ating mga kandidatong mag-isang tumatakbo sa kanilang mga napiling posisyon, dahil sa kawalan ng kadebate, ay bibigyan na lamang sila ng follow-up question na magmumula sa mga journalists ng The Bicol Universitarian.
Makikita po sa ating LED wall ang ating timer at maririnig ang tunog na ito.
Yung tunog ng 10 seconds. Okay lang yan, relax lang siya.
Ng isang beses bilang hudyat ng huling 10 seconds at isang beses ulit kapag tapos na ang oras ng pagsasalita. Automatic na mawawala ang sunod ng ang sound ng mikropono kapag naubos na ang oras ng kandidato.
Ang nasabing manner ng interpellation ang gagamitin sa lahat ng mga rounds ng debating ito. Ang pagkakasunod-sunod ng partido ay base sa isinagawang draw lots bago pa man ang debate forum.
Round 1. Platforms, track record, and performance.
Para sa unang round, ang track record and performance ng bawat kandidato ay ating uusisain pati na rin ang mga issue na kanilang kinakaharap o tungkol sa kanilang mga plano kung sakaling sila ay makaupo sa pwesto.
Ang mga tanong ay hinanda base sa background checking na ginawa ng ating mga journalists mula sa The Bicol Universitarian. Mauunang kikilatisin ang kandidato para sa Public Information Officer. Maaari na po kayong pumunta sa unahan. Pinapaalalahanan po ang lahat na habang sumasagot po ang ating mga kandidato, please lessen your voices as respect sa ating mga candidates na nasa unahan.
Sound check.
Narito na po sa ating harapan ang natatanging kandidato na tumatakbo bilang Public Information Officer na si Mr. John Paul Panessa mula sa BU Leaders. Ito ang tanong. Journalism and public relations often exist in a state of natural tension. Given that you are a journalism student, how will you reconcile your journalistic duty to expose the institutional flaws with the USC-PIO's mandate to manage the Council's public image? Specifically, what internal mechanisms will you implement to ensure that public information doesn't simply become publicity? Again, journalism and public relations often exist in a state of natural tension. Given that you're a journalism student, how will you reconcile your journalistic duty to expose the institutional flaws with the USC-PIO's mandate to manage the Council's public image? Specifically, what internal mechanisms will you implement to ensure that public information doesn't simply become publicity? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Information dissemination is a bare minimum job of a public information officer. Namulat ako sa isang sistema bilang isang journalism student that we as a student journalist and also as a former campus journalist that we can be also be part of the system of the student council. Bitbit ko ang aking paniniwala that we are centralizing to the advocacies and platforms and also the principles and practices that the journalist should have. So sa akin, ang aking paniniwala, kinakailangan natin ng isang leader estudyante na kailangan namulat siya on the grounds, namulat siya kasama ang mga nagkakaisang boses ng bawat estudyante kasi ito yung nagpo-forge to see the light in the moments of darkness and the difficulties in the council. Napaka-importante that we remain steadfast by championing our pro-student policies, by promoting also the public trust in the Office of the Public Relation, and that is the edge that I really wanted to do. Maraming salamat po.
For your follow-up question, you once applied to the Public Relations Committee of the Bicol Organization of Neo Journalists, commonly known as Bonjour, which serves as a department-based organization of the journalism program in Bicol University. However, your application was rejected. Given that your application for a PR position in your department organization was rejected, how would you then prove to the university that you are worthy of being the USC Public Information Officer? Again, you once applied to the Public Relations Committee of the Bicol Organization of Neo Journalists, commonly known as Bonjour, which serves as a department-based organization of the journalism program in Bicol University. However, your application was rejected. Given that your application for a PR position in your department organization was rejected, how would you then prove to the university that you are worthy of being the USC Public Information Officer? Para sa ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
First year ako, unang araw ko bilang isang estudyante, I have been qualified as a staff broadcaster of the Bicol Universitarian. Doon ko palang na-realize na ako ay isang sufficient student campus journalist. Hindi man ako napili sa Bonjour, pinaniwalaan ako bilang as the Bicol Universitarian as a student. And I believe that this is my capacity as a student to promote myself. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Panessa, mula sa BU Leaders.
Dumako naman tayo sa posisyon ng business manager. Inaayahan ko ang dalawang kandidato na pumunta po sa unahan. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay ang independent candidate na si Mr. Denmark Hilio Pardas. Ito ang iyong tanong. Silence please. Attendance records show that you were absent for 2 meetings and recorded 3 instances of tardiness, only arriving on time in your most recent meeting. This appears to contradict your statement that tiwala ng BUenyo ay dapat ginagawang serbisyo. As someone aspiring to handle the financial backbone of the USC, a role that demands consistency, precision, and accountability, how do you address these concerns and assure the student body that you can uphold the standards expected of the position. Again, attendance records show that you were absent for 2 meetings and recorded 3 instances of tardiness, only arriving on time in your most recent meeting. This appears to contradict your statement that tiwala ng BUNyo ay dapat ginagawang serbisyo. As someone aspiring to handle the financial backbone of the USC, a role that demands consistency, precision, and accountability, how do you address these concerns and assure the student body that you can uphold the standards expected of the position?
I understand why conflicts with meeting records raised concern. But because this is very much imperative in the role that we are signing up for. But I think that it is also important for us to contextualize the work that we do and the work that actually happens within a council. Service in the USC is not confined with meetings alone. It manifests in the entire operation cycle, starting with pre-planning, with event implementation, with post-event evaluation. It includes ingress, event proper, and egress where actual work and responsibility takes place. While there were conflicts with schedules and meeting attendances, which actually I have yet to receive clarifications on, we made sure that this did not translate into a lack of service. Especially during the freshman welcome party where we were the head of the concerto as well as the Battle of the Bands, all while being the overall creative head of the Biuchela welcome party. And I want to emphasize that our commitment to service to the students was never absent. It was only expressed and translated into different equally demanding facets of council works. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Leopardas. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo dito, Miss Sumawas? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Those are just flowery words, no? But you know, Mr. Leopardas right here has many absences and have a very poor performance in the council with a 52% out of 100%. And that has an evidence-based accusation from the University Student Council page. And kung wala ka sa planning, paano mo magagawa ang iyong gawain kung hindi ka naman parte ng mga plano at kung hindi naman ito na i-implement? Kung sabi nga nila, hindi ka daw nakikita sa mga events.
Mr. Leopardas, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
As I have said earlier, we take due steps in terms of allowing ourselves to compromise with the situations that we have faced. As I'm sure you're aware of, there are of course notices of meeting na nangyayari sa mga planning processes. Hence our knowledge with the planning process. And ibig sabihin lang nun, we are knowledgeable enough with regards
Your
to
time is over po. Maraming salamat, Mr. I am so sorry po. I'm so sorry po. Silence please po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Leopardas. Again, you can speak po in 3 seconds pa. Or 10 seconds pa. 10 seconds. I apologize po.
In the 10 seconds that I have left, can I speak? Wait. In the 10 seconds that I have, can I still speak? So I was about to say something lang. Because as a USC officer, I believe that showing up matters not only when it's convenient, but when it matters the most. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leopardas. Again, I apologize for my mistake po. Dumako naman tayo sa business manager mula sa BU Leaders, Miss Angelica Esther Humawas. Ito ang iyong katanungan. Ulitin ko po ito ng 2 beses. There are observations that while you take on leadership roles, you may exhibit authoritarian tendencies, guiding decisions toward your preferred outcome while limiting genuine input from group members? How do you respond to concerns that your leadership may undermine collaborative decision-making? And how will you ensure that financial and organizational decisions as business manager are inclusive and consultative rather than centralized? Again, there are observations that while you take on leadership roles, you may exhibit authoritarian tendencies, guiding decisions toward your preferred outcome while limiting genuine input from group members. How do you respond to concerns that your leadership may undermine collaborative decision-making? And how will you ensure the financial and organizational decisions as business manager are inclusive and consultative rather than centralized? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
As a MES Batenyo student, madalas po talaga tayong ma-understood as someone assertive, as someone na authoritarian, no? Pero, hindi po ako ganun. Mabait po ako. And in fact, nakikinig ako. We are collaborating. In fact, I am really friendly. Mapapatunayan yun ng mga friends ko na andito ngayon. Because I am confident and I am capable and I am really cooperative to everyone. And alam nyo, hindi naman sagabal ang pagiging jolly nga. In fact, ang pagiging jolly ay factor siya sa pagiging good sa human management. At kailangan yan sa tindahan ni Isko. Kasi, you know, sa tindahan ni Isko, ang problema natin ay ang workforce. Pero kung mauunlad natin yan, tulad ko, as a jolly person with a humble personality, mas may improve natin yan. And with my background and with my capacity as a leader, as a student, I can help you guys. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Miss Sumauas. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Mr. Leopardas? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
As I was reading your platform, I just want to ask that your platforms, specifically most of it, requires student and community engagement. And we know that this kind of setup requires a self-sustaining system. Kung yung self-sustaining system na to, kailangan ng foundation and ng backbone. So given the question that you were given, how will you ensure us that the platforms you've offered us will be materialized and further pursued? Thank you.
Miss Sumauas, may masabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Lumaki po tayo sa isang komunidad at lumaki din po tayo sa experiences. Ang puhunan po natin ay communities. Focus po sa mga students. Kung kaya't ang aking plataforma ay hindi lamang para sa akin, hindi lamang para sa konseyo, kundi para sa mga biyuwenyo. At paano natin ito masusolusyonan? Gamit ang aking mga knowledge and skills from my past experiences. Magagawa natin ito ng maayos at may maayos na maging sustainable. Thank you very much.
At siya nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa business manager.
Muli, lilinawin lang namin na para sa mga kandidatong walang kadebate, 30 seconds lamang po ang ilalaan para sa pagsagot sa follow-up questions. Thank you. Atin namang anyayahan ang nag-iisang tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng Deputy Finance Officer, Mr. Chris Evan Rotamola mula sa BU Leaders.
Hello.
Ito ang tanong. Your One Ledger, One System, One Standard platform proposes a unified digital system for managing finances across all councils to promote transparency, consistency, and accountability. While this approach aims to solve issues of fragmentation, it also introduces new challenges regarding implementation and adaptability. How do you plan to address the potential resistance from different college councils who may have unique financial processes, needs, or constraints that may not fit neatly into a standardized system? What steps will you take to ensure that this unification does not overlook or undermine the specific requirements of individual councils? I repeat, your One Ledger, One System, One Standard platform proposes a unified digital system for managing finances across all councils to promote transparency, consistency, and accountability. While this approach aims to solve issues of fragmentation, it also introduces new challenges regarding implementation and adaptability. How do you plan to address the potential resistance from different college councils who may have unique financial processes, needs, or constraints that might not fit neatly into a standardized system? What steps will you take to ensure that this unification does not overlook or undermine the specific requirements of individual councils? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Indeed, my one ledger, one system, one standard aims to promote transparency and accountability within the councils. As I believe, as a deputy finance officer, it is in the best interest of the CSE treasurers to also promote these principles. So, the steps that I would take to ensure its adaptability and address to address the problems related to this platform is to first introduce this to the students in order to understand this platform fully. Next, security. Syempre, without proper security features, exposed talaga to sa risk. But I believe that if it is in the best interest of the treasurers to promote accountability and transparency, we can ensure that integrity and fiscal responsibility is maintained po. So that would be all. Thank you very much.
Para sa iyong follow-up question, suppose after implementing one ledger, you discover that the system unintentionally creates bottlenecks or disadvantages certain councils, such as smaller colleges or those with less technical capacity. How would you respond to these issues, and what measures would you put in place to continuously evaluate and adapt the platform so it remains truly inclusive and effective for everyone? How would you balance standardization with flexibility? Again, suppose after implementing one ledger, you discover that the system unintentionally creates bottlenecks or disadvantages certain councils, such as smaller colleges or those with less technical capacity. How would you respond to these issues, and what measures would you put in place to continuously evaluate and adapt the platform so it remains truly inclusive and effective for everyone? How would you balance standardization with flexibility? Ang iyong 30 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Firstly, we must have a template for external use and then for internal uses. In that way, we can ensure that transparency and accountability is promoted, and also yung mga sensitive information can be kept and secure upon request, it can still be accessible for the student body. So that would be all po. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Rotamola, Deputy Finance Officer mula sa BU Leader.
Dumako naman tayo sa posisyon ng Finance Officer. Pwede na po kayong pumunta sa unahan. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Miss Ashley Daniel Ledesma mula sa BU Buklod. Ito ang iyong katanungan. Your resolution on providing free menstrual pads addresses a real student need, but scaling it to the USC level requires sustainability, governance, and measurable impact. At this point, do you consider yourself effective in using key performance indicators or KPIs to evaluate whether your programs truly improve student welfare and engagement? And what concrete evaluation can you present from your menstrual pad initiative at CSSP? Again, your resolution on providing free menstrual pads addresses a real student need, but scaling it to the USC level requires sustainability, governance, and measurable impact. At this point, do you consider yourself effective in using key performance indicators or KPIs to evaluate whether your programs truly improve student welfare and engagement? And what concrete evaluation can you present from your menstrual pad initiative at CSSP? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Magandang hapon, BUNyo. To tell you the truth, I am so proud na itong plataforma namin ni Nicole ay nabanggit dito sa Halalan. It is a call to all the College Student Council to adopt this kind of resolution para mas maging sensible tayo sa ating mga estudyante. So to answer the question, if I am going to implement it in a larger scale, anong mga KPIs yung pwede nating isuggest in order for the sustainability ng project na yon to attain? First po, when we were crafting the resolution, we formulated the KIs already. First, sino ang komite na dapat mag-implement nung ganong project? And we identified the Grievance and Arbitration Committee. Second, sino yung magmo-monitor? And syempre, auditor po yung nagmo-monitor nung ganong mga projects. Tapos, meron kaming propose na mga sanctions if ever man po na hindi yun ma-implement. And lastly, paano yung sustainability? We balance the financial capability ng College Student Council sa pangangailangan ng bawat CSSP niyan. And iyon po ang gusto kong idala sa bawat BUNyo. Dapat po ang mga plataforma ng student leader ay hindi lang basta ideas, hindi lang basta promises. A balance between financial capability and the needs of the students is vital. And yun po ang gusto kong idala sa bawat BUNyo. Salamat.
Maraming salamat, Miss Ledesma. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Miss Ong? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hello, in your capacity as the finance officer in relation to your platform, and as we all know, it is really difficult to access the student development funds in the context of University Student Council. In your discretion, how will you streamline access to this? In your discretion as the finance officer, we all know na mahirap talagang i-access ang Student Development Fund, more so funding your platform, advocacy-driven platform. Now, how will you streamline the access of the student development funds to your constituents, particularly to the treasurers, being the administrative liaison?
Thank you, Glendy.
Wait lang. Sabihin. Sorry. Miss Ledesma, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
Okay, thank you, Glendy. Point of information, everyone, mahirap po talagang i-access ang SDF ng ating universidad for many reasons. Una, budget cuts, or hindi pa ready yung back office natin to actually disperse the money. And as your next finance officer, isa po sa ating magiging hakbang ay magtanong kung bakit nga ba hindi natin na-access or pipilitin natin yung back na please give us the money because the students deserve it. At kung hindi ba natin yung magawa, marami pa namang paraan. Salamat.
Maraming salamat, Miss Ledesma mula sa BU Buklod. Dumako naman tayo sa Finance Officer ng BU Leaders na si Miss Glendy Ong. Ito ang iyong tanong. Having served as auditor of your department-based organization for 2 consecutive years, concerns have been raised by some of your colleagues regarding your performance, particularly instances of unfinished outputs and allegedly delegating assigned responsibilities to others. Given that past leadership performance is often used as a basis in assessing one's integrity, accountability, and competence for higher office, with this in mind, how could you assure the student body that this is untrue or that this piece of criticism will not be reflected in your term, given the chance that you are elected for this position? Again, having served as auditor of your department-based organization for 2 consecutive years, concerns have been raised by some of your colleagues regarding your performance, particularly instances of unfinished outputs and allegedly delegating assigned responsibilities to others. Given that past leadership performance is often used as a basis in assessing one's integrity, accountability, and competence for higher office. With this in mind, how could you assure the student body that this is untrue or that this piece of criticism will not be reflected in your term, given the chance that you are elected for this position? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
I would like to disagree. In my 3-year tenure as a student leader in Bicol University, I believe I have proven myself multiple times as I have rendered my service again from the department level, college level, hanggang university level, and being your university counselor and an auditor, even the incumbent chairperson and student regent can attest na natatapos ko ang aking trabaho, nagagawa ko with competence, and throughout my journey as a student leader, I believe I have uphold the principles of responsibility, honesty, and of course, accountability. At kung bakit kayo maniniwala sa mga sinasabi ni Anonymous _97? Nakita nyo ba? Nakita nyo ba? At saka, in addition, kung hindi ko natatapos ang ginagawa ko, ano yun? Wala tayong tangible evidence for that. You can ask my co-officer. At ano naman, ano mga pinapasa kong delegated task? Kung ipapasa ko ito, kanino? Being the auditor, you are the most independent body inside the organization. With that being independent, you're also very much delegated to be responsible and finish way ahead your time. Kaya, being your finance officer, these are lessons, these are morals that I have learned throughout my journey as a student leader. And I can assure you na dala-dala ko ito bilang susunod yung finance officer. Kaya, BUNyos, piliin nyo ako. Glenn Deong, USC Finance Officer.
Maraming salamat, Miss Ong. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo rito, Miss Ledesma? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hi, Glendy. Since
Hi.
we are talking about competence here, I just want to ask this question. Upon reviewing your credentials, it seems that you don't have a concrete background when it comes to finance. So much so, you are proposing for a flexible remittance policy when there is an existing one. Point of information, everybody, meron na pong financial policy code ang USC. Under a specific section, nandoon yung remittances po ay framework of remittances ng mga CSC treasurers sa USC. Included, 70% po ang dapat i-remit November and then the other 30% will be remitted by February. However, Ms. Ong, you are a university counselor as what you have said. Why is that so that you are not aware of this or it's just that you don't understand it? Kasi nabanggit mo naman siya sa justification mo. So, are you deliberately ignoring the existing financial policy or it's just that you don't understand it? Because either way, that reflects incompetence for someone vying for this position.
Miss Ong, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
I would like to correct your statement a while ago. Auditor, it's a finance-related position. Also, bago ako humarap sa posisyon, bago ako humarap sa harapan nyo, of course, I studied the USC Financial Policy Code. In fact, my flexible remittance is 70% first semester, 30% for the remaining semester. I actually want to push an agenda na instead of 70%, I would like to put it 35, 35, 35 para mas madali ang remittance processes, para mas mapadali sa estudyante considering their financial standings. Thank you.
At dyan nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Finance Officer.
Hello. Atin namang anyayahan ang tumatakbo sa posisyon ng Deputy Secretary General. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Miss Arlie Uzui Marco mula sa BU Buklod. Ito ang tanong. One of your projects is the Council Execution Protocol or CESP proposes execution summaries and monitoring timelines. Now, monitoring is one thing, enforcement is another. When implementing offices delay or disregard council directives, how will you respond? What concrete authority do you and your office have to ensure compliance, and what specific actions will you take when that authority is tested? In line with this, given the bureaucratic nature of universities, how will you prevent CESP from becoming just another layer of paperwork rather than a tool for efficiency? Once again, one of your projects is the Council Execution Protocol or CESP, proposes execution summaries and monitoring timelines. Now, monitoring is one thing, enforcement is another. When implementing offices delay or disregard council directives, how will you respond? What concrete authority do you and your office have to ensure compliance, and what specific actions will you take when that authority is tested? In line with this, given the bureaucratic nature of universities, how will you prevent CESP from becoming just another layer of paperwork rather than a tool for efficiency? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Actually, this platform is rooted from the experience of the College Student Council's secretary. Hindi ako gagawa ng platform na basta-basta lang o hindi ko kayang panindigan. This platform came from an experience of a College Student Council secretary. Nagkalaps po ang ating dalawang DSG at SG at dahil po dito susolusyonan ng Project CESP, Council Execution Support Protocol. Kasi nga po, information dissemination. Late bumababa ang ating mga impormasyon sa College Student Council. Kailangan itong masolusyonan. Paano ang mga external campuses na umaasa sa information dissemination through online platforms? Kung ibibigay natin ito on the spot sa kanila, mahihirapan sila mag-grasp ng information. Kaya po nabuo ang Council Execution Support para sa mas suportadong Secretary General at hindi po ito for bureaucracy. This is for support system ng ating mga counterparts na College Student Council Secretary nang hindi na nila ito maranasan. And we acknowledge the fact na ang College Student Council Secretary ay nakaasa sa mga DSG at SG because we are the highest governing body of the Student Council. Kaya this platform will be implemented and will be executed with our utmost priority for the Student Council. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Marco. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo dito, Mix Kotara? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So, part tayo ng Secretariat Committee. Alam natin yung paano bumababa ang memo. So, this is my question. While reading your platform, and we know na part tayo ng Secretariat Committee, and you know there's a division of labor between SG and DSG, and seeing your platform is more for internal process. For your information, SG is for internal and DSG for external. So, and kanina, sabi mo campaign speech, you said your Secretary General are really up for SG, and because your platform seems for it. And if being elected, your platform will overpower SG. And how will you work as DSG given your platform is for internal linkages?
Ms. Marco, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
Actually, ang plataforma hindi naman kailangan, ang trabaho ay hindi kailangan gawing plataforma. Bakit? Kasi this is a long-term solution for each and every problem. And hindi naman nakapaloob sa CBL natin na ang DSG ay for external processes. And this is just a backup for the DSG. And let this be a reminder for everyone that I am not just a shadow of the Secretary General.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Marco, mula sa BU Buklod. Dumako naman tayo sa Finance Officer ng BU Leader sa si Mix Julius Christian Kotara. Deputy Secretary General, I'm so sorry. Ito ang tanong. Due to student leaders' lack of time or technical expertise, data collecting in universities is frequently insufficient or underutilized. In light of this, is a data-driven strategy or policy-sec feasible, or may it turn into a formality with little practical use? Why present this as a platform when these should already be inherent in any functional council? I repeat, due to students' leaders' lack of time or technical expertise, data collecting in universities is frequently insufficient or underutilized. In light of this, is a data-driven strategy or policy-sec feasible, or may it turn into a formality with little practical use? Why present this as a platform when these should already be inherent in any functioning council? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
I'm a management student, and we are taught to be organized. My platform, PolSec, is for management framework, which is we will make a platform for internal linkages and external linkages. Dito po sa platform na ito, dito po may imply bilang management student ang mga tinuturo sa amin. Kailangan kong ibigay ang aking natutunan bilang management student because I know how to improve the secretariat work in the USC. I'm being part of the USC and I'm President of Junior Student Management. I know how to do. I know kung paano advokasya na ating universidad. At alam ko po kung ano kailangan gawin, ano kailangan improve sa Secretariat Committee. And my platform is not just for your to be seen. My platform is to be implied for the Secretariat Committee and for the whole BUNS. Because I will not make a platform not just for it to be text, but a platform to the BUNS and will make the USC Secretariat Committee more efficient and more management and more organized, plan and to lead the paper into more given to the Secretariat Committee.
Maraming salamat, Mix Kotara. Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito, Ms. Marco? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So this was a feedback from one of the execom who is also from your party. Na yung simpleng paggawa daw ng letters at reso ay hindi ka marunong. Now you are vying for the Deputy Secretary General position which requires to do that job. And if you are not capable enough to do those jobs, are you even competent for this position given the fact that you are a gym president? President. Now tell me, are you even competent to be the next Deputy Secretary General?
Mix Kotara, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon at katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
Bilang isang secretariat committee at bilang presidente ng Junior Student Management, hindi po yan totoo. Gumawa na po ako ng resolution para sa Junior Student Management at gumawa na po ako ng papers at minutes of the meeting for the USA. If you don't know, I tasked for the minutes of the meeting and I'm doing it for the, if you know, I have a pioneer secretary, the Association of Bicol Business Students, which is the very first time here in Bicol University. In this background, alam ko po kung anong kailangan gawin, at alam ko po ang trabaho ng isang Secretary General at ang Deputy Secretary General, and I'm willing to do it for the BUNyos.
At dyan nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Deputy Secretary General.
Ngayon, iniimbitahan naman namin ang kandidato para sa posisyon ng Secretary General. Please minimize your noise po para marinig natin yung katanungan. Again, please minimize your noise po. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Mr. Mark Dominic Peregrino mula sa BU Buklod. Ito ang iyong katanungan. During your term, you implemented an evaluation mechanism where you had influence over assessing fellow officers while restricting their access to the same data, raising concerns about transparency and conflict of interest. How do you justify creating a system that concentrates evaluative power in your position? And how will you ensure that, as USC Secretary General, oversight mechanisms are fair, transparent, and not subject to personal control? If transparency was limited then, what guarantees can you give now that the same control and unprofessionalism won't happen again? Again, during your term, you implemented an evaluation mechanism where you had influence over assessing fellow officers while restricting their access to the same data, raising concerns about transparency and conflict of interest. How do you justify creating a system that concentrates evaluative power in your position? And how will you ensure that, as USC Secretary General, oversight mechanisms are fair, transparent, and not subject to personal control? If transparency was limited then, what guarantees can you give now that the same control and unprofessionalism won't happen again? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Unang-una po, ang evaluation process ay hindi ko po trabaho. Kaya ang sitwasyon pong binigay ng ating commentator ay hindi totoo. Dahil ito po ay trabaho ng isang auditor. I've been very transparent to my co-officers, even more so to the Bredo community, sa kada request po nilang na sa dokumento, sa minutes of the meeting, binibigay ko po agad sa kanila ito. At i-uphold ko po ang transparency and accountability sa USC through my platform, especially with the SIL initiative, wherein we're going to implement consistent check-ins and collaborations with the Council Student Secretaries, which is our counterparts. Ipapamahagi po natin ating mga kaalaman at yung mga kailangan po nilang malaman, especially the external campuses, ay ipapaalam natin upang wala na pong maiiwan na college sa ating pamantasan. Dahil yun po ay isa sa mga problema na kailangan kong lutasin kapag ako po ay isang naging Secretary General. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Peregrino. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Mr. Saison? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So we are talking about your platforms, and currently you have 4. So as mentioned din kanina, we have problems when it comes to your tenure during the CSE Secretary. So during your tenure as CSE Secretary, you had platforms that were centered on accessibility, student-centered development, workshops, and open-door consultation. So based on observable outputs, these were not fully materialized, in which you have somehow failed to uphold those promises last election. Now you are running for the USC Secretary General. How can you ensure that it will not follow again the same pattern of partial implementation, and lalong-lalo na to guarantee that your platforms right now can be translated into results or tangible outcomes, and the BUNs can still trust you with your promising now?
Mr. Peregrino, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para dito.
In contrary with his claims, I materialized all my platforms. I incorporated it, I instilled it in every action I made, and the whole Robredo community can attest to that. Wala pong latak, kalidad na serbisyo lamang ang aking isinilbi sa Robredo community. All of that while maintaining my Dean's Lister title because I am privileged enough na habang nagsisilbi tayo ay dapat matino din tayong estudyante. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Peregrino mula sa BU Buklod. Dumako naman tayo sa... Ay, mali. Secretary General ng BU Leaders na si Mr. Lawrence Saison. Ito ang iyong tanong. You answered disagree to the question whether the university has embodied its vision of being a university for humanity. Yet, during your term as business manager, your office faced backlash regarding the payment of artists, the very human element of our creative community. If you believe the university is failing its humanitarian vision, how do you reconcile that with your own track record of failing to provide timely compensation to the artists who serve the USC? Again, you answered disagree to the question whether the university has embodied its vision of being a university for humanity. Yet, during your term as business manager, your office faced backlash regarding the payment of artists, the very human element of our creative community. If you believe the university is failing its humanitarian vision, how do you reconcile that with your own track record of failing to provide timely compensation to the artists who serve the USC? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So during my time as USC Business Manager, I beg to disagree na nagkaroon tayo ng late remittance to the artist. Since we have this system, we have this process na kailangan nating sundin kung saan we have this pre-order system when we have na nagkakaroon tayo ng tawag dito, yung sistema na sinusunod natin kung saan I fully coordinate this to the artist na kailangan may timeline tayo. Even during the Memorandum of Understanding, these are stated sa memorandum namin kung saan we have this timeline and if ever man na hindi siya masunod, we have to coordinate directly to the artist for any delays or any kind of needed adjustment since we know na hindi gaano kabilis, hindi gaano kadali when it comes to the role of being a business manager. It is very demanding. I do have also other responsibilities during events and I'm also doing the operations of Tindahan Isko. And that would be all.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Saison. Ano naman ang masasabi mo rito, Mr. Peregrino? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
To be honest, it feels like it lacks accountability. Parang nagpapa-self-pity na lang po si Mr. Saison, hindi po ba? Wala po siyang resibong binigay sa atin. More so, sinisi niya po ang sistema. More so, upon reviewing your platforms, andito naman yung hubog, lantad. But BUN, just let me refresh your minds. During his stint as USCBM, meron po siyang platapormang kabog, which means keen acquisition and budget optimization, which was materialized by the USC Finance Officer, Ms. Damesa, who came from Buklod BU. At ngayon, umisa ka pa. Are we really going to gamble another aesthetic titles and not materializing it? We're passing it down to another officer. Is this another incompetence in the making?
Mr. Saison, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
The council knows how very systematic and organized ako sa loob ng council. Ang kabog po, i-separate siyang inventory, transactions ng mga business manager, and iba naman po ang financial records ng isang finance officer. So, I do have my own. Alam niyo ng mga CSE business managers kasi linapag ko yan lahat sa kanila. Yun lamang po.
At dyan nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Secretary General.
At para sa susunod na debate, atin namang imbitahan ang mga tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng External Vice Chairperson.
Sound check.
Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay ang independent candidate para sa posisyon ng External Vice Chairperson na si Mr. Earl J. Van Chloe Acuña. Ito ang tanong. The discount relief card hinges on negotiating exclusive rates with partner establishments. With feasibility in mind, how do you intend to approach and convince local businesses to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Student Council, and what concrete value proposition will you offer them in exchange for discounts? What specific mechanisms or incentive structures will ensure that partner establishments continuously renew their agreements term after term rather than withdrawing once the novelty fades? I repeat, the discount relief card hinges on negotiating exclusive rates with partner establishments. With feasibility in mind, how do you intend to approach and convince local businesses to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Student Council, and what concrete value proposition will you offer them in exchange for discounts? What specific mechanisms or incentive structures will ensure that partner establishments continuously renew their agreements term after term rather than withdrawing once the novelty fades? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So when drafting my BU discount relief card, ay inisip ko ano yung crisis na kinakarap natin. Ito yung rising prices of our daily necessities. So itong BU discount relief card, it lessens the financial strains of our dear BUenos. So going back to the question, what other incentives? So what we can do is constant promotion through the USC page, because guys, the USC page is 100,000 followers and likes. So this constant promotion engages the brand's social media presence. Tapos, Bicol University is around 25,000 in terms of population. That is more than enough to entice our partner establishments to take a risk and join this initiative. And nasabi ko kanina sa aking speech na we have already talked with different partner establishments, and they are more than willing to support this initiative po. Because in the end of the day, it is a mutual beneficial. It is beneficial to both the students and the partner establishments. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Acuña. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Mr. Constante? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So based on your platform, what model of negotiation with your partner establishment and what legal parameter and internal approval to the partnership will be required for it to be implemented? What model of negotiation to the partner establishment and what legal parameters, internal approval to the partnership will it be implemented?
So
Mr. Acuña,
Sure.
May masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
So yun guys, through a series of memorandum of agreements with the partner establishments, dito yung legal basis natin. And through the sponsorship primers po, dito natin ma-secure na kayang-kaya ng yung technical procedures and yung mechanism, since nakadepende po ito sa partner establishments natin kung i-accept nila yung partnership proposal through the primer. And yun guys, memorandum of agreement lang naman yung legal basis for that. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Acuña. Dumako naman tayo sa External Vice Chairperson ng BU Leader sa si Mr. Clyde William Constante. Ito ang tanong. All three of your platforms, from Extend to COAC, CommuSeries, rely heavily on the execution of Memoranda of Agreement or MOAs with university offices, external professionals, local government units, community-based organizations, and governing units. However, as a student leader, you lack the legal position to sign contracts that bind the university. Given that university legal reviews for MOAs often take months or sometimes years to pass through the legal office and the Board of Regents, how can the student body trust that your platforms will actually be visible and accessible to students and not just another paper in the USC archives? I repeat, all three of your platforms, from Extend to COAC, CommuSeries, rely heavily on the execution of Memoranda of Agreements or MOAs with university offices, external professionals, local government units, community-based organizations, and governing units. However, as a student leader, you lack the legal position to sign contracts that bind the university. Given that university legal reviews for MOAs often take months or sometimes years to pass through the legal office and the Board of Regents, how can the student body trust that your platforms will actually be visible and accessible to students and not just another paper in the USC archives? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So as the external vice chair, yes, wala tayong legal basis to implement it directly to the university. Pero as the external vice chairperson and in close coordination with the internal vice chairperson, we can lobby it sa GLC. And through close coordination with the chairperson and student region, pwede natin tong malabi mismo sa Board of Regents kung saan mabibigyan natin ng time at close coordination kung saan yung mga platforms na yon ay mabibigyang buhay. Kasi alam ko, kasi as a student nurse, halos na experience ko na din siya. And yun din ang aking advocacy. Dapat hindi lang tayo nakafocus sa sponsorship at partnership. Dapat mag-expand tayo papunta na din sa community engagement. Kasi alam natin kung gaano kahirap ang realidad ngayon.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Constante. Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito, Mr. Acuña? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So hello Clyde, my question is that my platforms is grounded on the changing needs of the students. Basically, is to solve natin ng two crises. One, the rising prices, and two, the long-term educational crisis of the country. I think your platform is vague and does not solve changing the needs of the students. And as a student leader, we should be able to adapt to these changes. Ano po ang masasabi niyo doon?
Mr. Constante, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
So as a nursing student, we have this called nursing process. So it is the assessment, diagnosis, planning, implementation, and evaluation. So, pero as an external vice chairperson, ang kinuha ko lang is assessment, planning, implementation, and evaluation. Kung saan makikita natin dito, through this process, kung ano yung mga kailangan at kung ano yung pwedeng baguhin pa. Yun lang po.
At dyan nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa external vice chairperson.
Atin namang anyayahan ang nag-iisang tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng internal vice chairperson, ang ating independent candidate na si Mr. Jeffrey Nicolas Opeña. Ito ang iyong tanong. You were previously affiliated with Bacolod Party List, but later joined BU Leaders, which was also the dominant party list in the last year's election. You also agree with political turcotism in your fast take. How can you assure the body that this is not political opportunism rather than genuine ideological alignment? Specifically, what core principles of BU Leaders do you now uphold? And how are these materially different from or consistent with the principles you once claimed to present under Bacolod? Again, you were previously affiliated with Bacolod Party List, but later joined BU Leaders, which was also the dominant party list in the last year's elections. You also agree with political turcotism in your fast take. How can you assure the body that this is not political opportunism rather than genuine ideological alignment? Specifically, what core principles of BU Leaders do you now uphold, and how are these materially different from or consistent with the principles you once claimed to present under Bacolod? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
We need to really, before I proceed, let me first clarify that I really think and I really appreciate the memories that I had during my time under Bacolod. And I really appreciate that. And I don't discredit the fact that they helped me all throughout my candidacy to the representative. And I really value the time that we have. But let's be real and let's be real, no? Our loyalty should not be constrained to any political parties or colors. Because at the very end of the day, the moment that you're given platform to actually realize the vision that you want to have at the end of the day, you must go with it. Because this is not something about colors. Let's go beyond colors. Because the reason why I go or lumipat man ako sa Leaders, for example, is the fact that I can realize my vision. It's the fact that I'm growth as a person, as a leader, and to really serve the BUenos at the end of the day. It is evident to all of the things that I've done.
Even galing pa rin ako sa Ateneo, galing ako sa community through Angat Buhay, and even here sa Bicol University, I've done a lot of things and improved myself. I've done all those things on my own. And lahat ng yon ay hindi dahil sa political party, it's because of my love for service. It's because of my passion for service. And not because it is constrained by any colors or even if pumanta man ako sa BU leaders. Because naniniwala ako, at the very end of the day, kung gusto mo talagang mag-serve, you will go beyond boundaries, you will go beyond colors. Kasi yan ang pinaka-importante, yan ang pinaka-gusto, at yan ang pinaka-dapat na tatandaan natin as our core principles of being a student leader.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Opeña, para sa iyong follow-up question. As the chairperson of the Straw Committee of the USC, what concrete and measurable actions have you personally taken in response to the continuing cases of red tagging in the university beyond merely receiving reports and participating in investigations? Can you identify any policy changes, protective mechanisms, awareness campaigns, or institutional interventions that resulted from your work and explain why students should believe your role produced outcomes rather than only documentation? Again, as the chairperson of the Straw Committee of the USC, what concrete and measurable actions have you personally taken in response to the continuing cases of red tagging in the university beyond merely receiving reports and participating in investigations? Can you identify any policy changes, protective mechanisms, awareness campaigns, or institutional interventions that resulted from your work and explain why students should believe your role produced outcomes rather than only documentation? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Tayo po ang chairperson ng Student Rights and Welfare Committee sa GLC, and we are the first ever to actually democratize the red tagging policy of Bicol University, because a lot of students don't know that, and we are the one behind that reels, for example, that you are seeing in Bicol University worldwide. And second of all, what we have right now is the essence of trust, and me in my capacity as IVC, we really need to build trust with the students who are involved, because I know a lot of students who are involved, and we really need to build as the IVC to rebuild our structure and to rebuild the trust.
Maraming
to
salamat,
those students.
Mr.
Thank you so
Opeña,
much.
International Vice Chairperson mula sa BU Leaders.
At para sa huling magdedebate sa round 1, ating imbitahan ang mga tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng Chairperson and Student Regent. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Miss Camia May Veralio mula sa BU Leaders. Ito ang tanong. Concerns have been raised regarding your transition from the League of Liberal Reformists Reforma Coalition or LLR last year to now running under BU Leaders League of Democrats. In a recent fast take by the Bicol Universitarian, you expressed opposition to political turncoatism, commonly understood as switching party affiliation for strategic or opportunistic reasons rather than ideological conviction, which some perceive as inconsistent with your move. How do you clarify your position on these matters? I repeat, concerns have been raised regarding your transition from the League of Liberal Reformists Reforma Coalition or LLR last year to now running under BU Leaders League of Democrats. In a recent fast take by the Bicol Universitarian, you expressed opposition to political turncoatism, commonly understood as switching party affiliation for strategic or opportunistic reasons rather than ideological conviction, which some perceive as inconsistent with your move. How do you clarify your position on these matters? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
First of all, turncoatism in its political definition has a lot of definitions. Marami siyang iba-ibang tinatahak na definasyon, marami siyang iba't ibang ibig sabihin. But in my stance, I agree with positive political turncoatism but never to negative political turncoatism. Anong pinagkaiba nito? Sa positive na political turncoatism, nagkaroon tayo ng political shift na naisip na pagtanto natin that this change in our affiliation does not necessarily mean na tinatapon mo na yung natutunan mo din sa kanila, because I do still admit that I carry, of course, or yung mga natutunan ko, the way I present myself and the way that I am as a leader right now was also due thanks to the principal party that I was affiliated before. But of course, we have to understand that in a leadership landscape, you evolve, you grow, and you take things into consideration, take certain matters into consideration na mapapabago na isip mo, where do I align now? And one of the principles of League of BU leaders is of course freedom. I do believe that it was a personal choice of mine. It was a personal choice that I have to exercise. Lalo na ko alam ko na doon ako mag-grow. Lalo na ko alam ko na doon ako mas magiging matibay bilang isang chairperson and student leader, because we have to understand that this position that I carry has a great magnitude, bears a gravity.
Maraming salamat, Miss Veralio. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Miss De Mesa? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hello, Miss Kamya. Do you feel that your vision aligns with BU leaders rather than running for independent, and mas may paglaban iyon without the intervention of any party with your certain causes? Okay. Do you feel that your vision aligns with BU leaders rather than running for independent, and mas may paglaban iyon without the intervention of any party with your certain causes?
Miss Veralio, anong masasabi mo dito? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
Going back to the premise that I was presenting earlier, of course, nagkaroon tayo ng development, nagkaroon tayo ng evolution of like the way we think, the way we lead, the way we present ourselves as a leader. And I acknowledge the fact, of course, na itong partido na aking representa ngayon, na may hawak-hawak na prinsipyo na freedom, equality, and vigilance. And that's what you need as a leader. That's what you need as a chairperson. And that's what the Bicol University needs right now.
Maraming salamat, Miss Veralio, mula sa BU Leaders. Tumako naman tayo sa independent candidate para sa posisyon ng Chairperson and Student Regent na si Miss Justine Carmel de Mesa. Ito ang tanong. Among the USC candidates, you were the only one who expressed support for the possible re-election of Baby Boy Nebres III as University President. Given that many candidates and students have raised concerns that the university's University for Humanity vision is not reflected in past administrative decisions perceived as not pro-student, how do you justify your position, and do you genuinely believe you are aligned with the sentiments of the student body? Again, among the USC candidates, you were the only one who expressed support for the possible re-election of Dr. Baby Boy Nebres III as University President. Given that many candidates and students have raised concerns that the university's University for Humanity vision is not reflected in past administrative decisions perceived as not pro-student, how do you justify your position, and do you genuinely believe you are aligned with the sentiments of the student body? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
In my perspective, ang vision ni Baby Boy Benjamin Nebres na University for Humanity ay paunti-unti nating nararanasan, pero hindi fully. Masasabi ko na oo, may maganda siyang naibigay sa atin tulad ng 10% na appropriation para dun sa mga students natin in the marginalized sectors. So nabigyan niya yon ng pagkakataon na makapasok and makapag-aral sa ating universidad. Pero ang stand ko dito is that kung bakit ako pumayag or nag-agree na i-extend ang kanyang term dahil sa marami pang issues, marami pang mga nangyari sa ating universidad ang hindi pa na-address. Hindi pa siya nagiging accountable doon. And sa pag-extend ng kanyang term, and as the chairperson student regent, isa ako sa hatol sa kanya sa mangyayari or ibibigay sa kanyang hatol sa mga naging lapses niya sa accountability. So, pumayag ako na ma-extend ang kanyang term para maitama niya yung mga pagkakamaling iyon at para mabigyan niya ng hustisya din yung mga estudyante na hindi nabigyan ng hustisya at para makorek niya yon at bigyan natin siya ng pangalawang pagkakataon at hindi maipasa sa susunod na administrasyon.
Maraming salamat, Miss De Mesa. Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito, Miss Veralio? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Okay. So, as a CSR, you are expected not only to lobby the concerns of the student body but to also know the minimum necessary technicalities that to be able to optimize the given position to you, which entails dealing with different stakeholders. With this, how can you share with us the legal basis that gives you the power and mandate of being an SR, along with the members of the board and the automatic memberships of the SR in different councils? Should I repeat? Okay. As a CSR, you are expected not only to lobby the concerns of the student body, but also to know the necessary and minimum technicalities to be able to optimize the position given to you, which entails dealing with different stakeholders. With this, can you share with us the legal basis that gives you the power and mandate of being an SR, along with the members of the board and the automatic memberships of the SR in different councils?
Ms. De Mesa, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
As the CSR, of course, alam ko ang proseso kung paano natin mapapaabot sa ating Board of Regents ang ating mga concerns. Unang-una, dadaan ito sa GLC. Pangalawa, dadaan ito sa Admin Council. Pangatlo, dadaan ito sa Academic Council. At pang-apat, dadaan na siya sa ating Board of Regents. And as the CSR, ako yung magiging daan nyo para maipaabot ito sa mga concerned natin na authorities. Maraming salamat po.
At dyan po nagtatapos ang ating round 1 at nagsisimula ng lumagablab ang ating tapatan. Abangan ng round 2 dahil ang ating mga kandidato ay susuriin naman ang ating mga campus journalists mula sa iba't ibang college publications ng Bicol University.
Bago po tayo dumako sa pangalawang round, panoorin muna natin ang video na ito.
Isko, ba't ko naman kapunin? Babasa man lang yan. Apakababoy mo, Batuns.
LF Room. Inspire you alongside growth. Share room 2 beds. Good for 1 year.
Grabe, ang bilis naman.
Looking for roommate with both. Linis hindi masyadong. Mukhang maayos to ah.
Ano yan, tol? Naghahanap lang ng kahati sa dorm. Naghahanap ka pala? Ako na lang, tol, Gina. Ano? Tara! Ge! Isko! Andito ka na pala. Musta yung OJT mo? Nga pala, nakalimutan ko maglaba kanina, kaya umiram ako ng brief mo. Ox lang ba sa'yo?
Sabihin na.
Maging mapanuri sa mga makakasama mo ng buong taon. Hindi lang sa dorm, kundi pati na rin sa darating na
Paalala po, hindi pa po tapos ang ating harapan. May 3 rounds pa po after this round. Thank you po. Paalala po muli sa ating mga manonood, may 3 rounds pa po tayo, so please stay po. Thank you.
Isko, ba't ko naman sasabunin? Babasa man lang yan. Apakababoy mo, Batuns.
LF Room, to inspire you alongside growth. Shared room 2 beds, good for 1 year.
Grabe, ang bilis naman.
Looking for roommate with book. Lilinis, hindi masyadong. Mukhang maayos to ah.
Ano yan, tol? Gahanap lang ng kahati sa dorm. Naghahanap ka pala? Ako na lang, tol, Gina. Ano? Tara? Ge! Isko! Andito ka na pala. Musta yung OJT mo? Nga pala, nakalimutan kong maglaba kanina, kaya umiram ako ng brief mo. Ox lang ba sa'yo?
Maging mapanuri sa mga makakasama mo ng buong taon. Hindi lang sa dorm, kundi pati na rin sa darating na halalan. Kaya naman BUNyos, siguraduhin doon tayo sa mga kandidatong tapat at may paninindigan.
Ano? Tara? Tol, inauna na.
Magandang araw, Bicol University.
Marhay na aldaw, BUNyos.
Sa nalalapit na halalan, muling pagkakalooban ng kapangyarihang pumili ng panibagong mamamahala ang mga mag-aaral.
Bakas ang kakulangan sa bilang ng mga tatakbong lider ngayong taon. Kaya naman, ating aalamin kung sapat ba ang ganitong sistema para masabing may demokratikong pagpili.
O isa na ba itong senyales ng mas malalim na problema, ang kakulangan ng kagustuhan ng mga estudyante na mamuno?
Sa papalapit ng eleksyon, patuloy nating isaisip ang ating mga responsibilidad na makiisa sa pagpapaupo ng matinong liderato.
Mangyalap sa mga isyong dapat magkatutukan sa loob o labas man ng universidad.
Mula sa iba't ibang campus ng Bicol University, samahan niyo kaming maglakbay upang mapakinggan ang totoong boses at hatol ng mga iskolar ng bayan.
Ito ang Unibeas, Unibesay mo, the USC and CSC Elections 2026 edition.
I am Leslie Maricas po from BSN 1A po.
Marjorie Colanza po, BSN 1A rin po.
Janice Cardano, and I'm currently a first-year student at Bicol University Tabaco, and I'm taking BS Social.
My name is Rani Batsukgang, BSSW1 from Bicol University Tabaco.
For the first question po, bilang estudyante, bakit mahalaga ang makiisa sa USC and CSC elections?
Sabi nga po nila, everything is political. So, as students, we should be aware of what's happening to our university and also to be educated about the current situation or problems that we are handling at the moment.
Since we are all part po ng student body, who we vote is who we are. And it also reflects us and our principle kung sino yung iboboto natin in the near future.
Because po, as a student of the Bicol University, most especially sa BUG po, we are bound to have our presence, most especially sa election po. Iisa po tayong universidad na pinag-aaralan. At the same time, we should know what's best for our university.
Dito po, napapakita natin yung kung sino po talaga ang mga ang mga karapat-dapat na maging leaders sa ating university.
Hindi lang kasi dapat na yung mag-vote lang tayo ng, kunwari, kakilala lang natin na, okay, ngaya, kilala ko po iyan, kaya iyan ang bubotohin ko. So, dapat talaga yung may leadership, yung karapat-dapat na magagawa talaga yung tungkulin na para sa ikabubuti ng university.
Ako po si Patrick James B. De Leon from College of Arts and Letters from BA Communication.
Hi, my name is David Christopher Camacho from College of Arts and Letters, BA Communication.
Hello, I am Russell Josh Cardano po, taking Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from College of Engineering.
So, hello po, I'm Gail Andrea Buen from BSL Department and I am 22 years old.
Okay, hello everyone, I am Ian Agustin B. Cardaño and I am a 4th year BSL Science student and I'm from Education Department.
I am Victor Neri, 4th year student of Bicol University.
Para sa ating mga
Tabaco.
kandidato,
Science
maaari na po
major
kayong
of
bumalik sa
secondary
entablado para sa ating round 2.
21 from BSL Science.
Sa kabila ng kakulangan ng mga kandidato, ano ang inyong pamantayan or standards upang masabing
Wait lang.
Sasabihin mo yon after namin magsabi ng mismo sa amin. University College of Engineering Gymnasium, pinapalalahanan namin ang lahat na iwasang mag-spam sa comment section upang mas mabigyang tuon ng mga makabuluhang talakayan. Maaari po tayong makilahok sa diskusyon sa mga social media platforms. Gamitin lamang ang hashtag BUHarapan2026 sa Facebook at Twitter upang ipaabot ang inyong mga katanungan at opinyon.
Aming babanggitin ang inyong mga makabuluhang opinyon at tweets dito sa ating aktibidad. Maaari rin kayo mag-comment mismo sa aming Facebook livestream.
Round 2, the pressing round.
Narito na tayo sa ating ikalawang round kung saan inaanyayahan natin ang mga college publications ng Bicol University upang kilatisin ang mga kandidato.
Iniimbitahan namin ang mga college publications mula sa iba't ibang college at satellite campuses ng Bicol University at kami ay pinaunlakan ng ilan sa kanila.
May ilan sa mga editors na hindi makakadalo kung kaya't magkakaroon sila ng representante mula sa mga staff ng The Bicol Universitarian. Sa round na ito, magsisimula po tayo ulit sa Public Information Officer na una nang nag-roll out sa mga college publication editors. Ang unang tatanungin ay ang Public Information Officer ng BU Leaders na si Mr. John Paul P. Panessa at ang magtatanong naman ay si Mr. Ed Christian Gise, ang Editor-in-Chief ng The Mentor.
Pagsubok sa mikropono.
Good afternoon, Mr. Panasa.
Good afternoon po.
So, for your position-related question, as the Public Information Officer, your role is to broadcast and disseminate important information to the public with the approval of the chairperson or the CSR. Given this setup, how will you assure students that all data, documents, and other important information released publicly are not being filtered or negatively influenced by the CSR? How will you balance your mandate as Public Information Officer while ensuring full transparency to the students? Should I repeat the question? Okay. As a Public Information Officer, your role is to broadcast and disseminate important information to the public with the approval of the CSR. Given this setup, how will you assure students that all data, documents, and other important information released publicly are not being filtered or negatively influenced by the CSR? How will you balance your mandate as Public Information Officer while ensuring full transparency to the students?
Mr. Panessa, ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Dito natin kinakailangan ng isang public information officer na meron siyang foresight kind of leadership kung saan ang kanyang sense of anticipation at ang kanyang vigilance sa lahat ng mga subsequent information dissemination strategies na kanyang ibabahagi sa publiko ay kapaki-pakinabang. So with this kind of principles that I have, I believe that the information dissemination should be full disclosure transparent. Kinakailangan din natin na makipag-coordinate sa lahat ng college student councils, PIOs, and at the same time sa ating mga campus journalists na inyo, and also for all of the organizations, PIO, para lahat ng mga kaganapan sa ating pamantasan ay deliberately na-involve sa ating pamantasan. Also, as part of the General Legislative Assembly, I have the voting power to pass resolutions para makapag-promote tayo ng mas inclusive information dissemination sa ating pamantasan. So with this kind of ability, I am so much prepared in this position that I am willing to fight for the BUNUs. Thank you.
Mr. Gisi, mayroon ka pong 60 seconds para magbigay ng reaksyon o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
For your platform-related question, in your platform titled Ibalangibog ang Maugmang Istorya kan BUNU, you aim to promote the diverse stories of BUNUs. What specific criteria will be used in selecting the stories to be featured? Is there a clear and transparent process in place to ensure that selection is free from bias? Should I repeat the question?
As a journalist,
Okay. In your platform titled Ibalangibog ang Maugmang Istorya kan BUNU, you aim to promote the diverse stories of BUNUs. What specific criteria will be used in selecting the stories to be featured? Is there a clear and transparent process in place to ensure that selection is free from bias?
Mr. Panessa, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
as a journalism student, we must always protect the integrity of the masses. Galing po ako sa isang marginalized sectors which I represent in Piuduran. So this kind of the stories must always to be partake in the features and stories that we are always to partake. Kasi kapag ito ang ating priority, magkakaroon tayo ng mas visible vision sa ating pamantasan. Kinakailangan natin na mag-forge ng mas maraming information dissemination sa masa kapag ito ay binalangibog natin para sa ating kapwa BUNUs. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat Mr. Panessa at Mr. Gise. May nahanap pong iPhone na item sa entrance ng SENG. Kung sino man po ang nagmamay-ari ng nasabing gamit, please go through our staff po dito sa may right side ng gymnasium.
Dumako naman tayo sa business manager. Mauunang tatanungin si Mr. Denmark Hill C. Leopardas at ang magtatanong naman ay si Lara Faye Albaitar mula sa Budyong.
Hello, Mr. Denmark. I'm Yashimi Sigwako. I'm the managing editor of the Bicol Universitarian, but I will be representing the question of Budyong. For your main question, with the current fuel price hike happening in the Philippines due to the Middle Eastern conflict, the pagkakaisa ng mga samahan ng tsuper at operator nationwide or Piston has petitioned for a 10 pesos increase in the minimum fare in jeepneys. As a commuter and a student leader, how would you intercede advocating for Filipino jeepney drivers' livelihood while protecting students from rising transportation costs? Again, with the current fuel price hike happening in the Philippines due to the Middle Eastern conflict, the pagkakaisa ng mga samahan ng tsuper at operator nationwide or known as Piston has petitioned for a 10 pesos increase in the minimum fare in jeepneys. As a commuter and a student leader, how would you intercede advocating for Filipino jeepney drivers' livelihood while protecting students from rising transportation costs?
Mr. Leopardas, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
As a CBM student, and these aren't just words that I throw out. Of course, this is something that I carry with great pride and honor. We study economics, guys, and the factors tells us that moving towards a sudden shift with regards to the oil deregulation law would cause us unintended consequences, totally dismantling the system, especially in a very volatile market. Kaya nga, dahil may global crisis, would worsen the situation instead of alleviating it. Hence, we should move towards movement which includes offering of subsidies to operators and driver groups as well as public transportation assistance program. And most importantly, with regards to the amendment of the law, dapat merong crisis use kung saan whenever we're hit with a crisis, magkakaroon ng government control and intervention para ma-stabilize yung prices. Thank you.
Miss Guapo, meron ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng follow-up question. Your timer starts now.
For the follow-up question, in most student organizations in Bicol University, revenue is often needed to function, especially in a university student council as the highest and biggest governing organization in Bicol University. As a running candidate for business manager, how would you guarantee that the income-generating projects would not commercialize student services? Where do you draw the line between sustainability and exploitation?
Mr. Leopardas, meron kang...
One more time. Hindi kasi siya lumalabas sa screen. Hindi kasi siya lumalabas. Kanina kasi sa PIU, lumabas siya sa screen. Ngayon sa akin. Wala daw siya. So, yan.
Okay. Repeating the question.
Thank you.
In most student organizations in Bicol University, revenue is often needed to function, especially in a university student council, as the highest and biggest governing organization in Bicol University. As a running candidate for business manager, how would you guarantee that the income-generating projects would not commercialize student services? Where do you draw the line between sustainability and exploitation?
Mr. Leopardas, mayroon kang 30 seconds para sumagot.
Like I've said earlier on my speech, my platforms are grounded on three very important principles, which is cost optimization, operational efficiency, and profit maximization. All of these are geared towards dropping cost in order to deliver merchandises and services to the students at the very low price. And most importantly, this is connected to my platform, Iskoni Tindahan, which is the very core purpose is to bring back the generated profit of Isko Pro Max to the students in the forms of financial assistances, programs, and initiatives. Thank you.
Maraming salamat Mr. Leopardas at Miss Guapo. Ngayon pakinggan naman natin si Miss Angelica Esther M. Humauas mula sa BU Leaders at ang magtatanong ay si Wens Marvin Abor mula sa Nasidling.
Check. So this is the question from BU Ginabatan publication, The Seedling. In the Ballot Watch interview series, you mentioned affordability as a solution to debt management and fee collection challenges amid rising merchandise cost. However, your response lacked concrete measures to address such. What specific action strategies will you implement to ensure affordability is not just an idea, but a measurable outcome? Again, the question is, in the Ballot Watch interview series, you mentioned affordability as a solution to debt management and fee collection challenges amid rising merchandise cost. However, your response lacked concrete measures to address such. What specific actionable strategies will you implement to ensure affordability is not just an idea but a measurable outcome?
Miss Humauas, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Affordability ang solusyon natin kasi unang-una galing po tayo bilang simpleng estudyante lamang. Tapos ngayon tumatakbo na tayo bilang isang business manager and we have the capacity to indulge in a specific solution para hindi na maging problema ito sa ating termino bilang isang business manager ninyo. Ang ating solusyon lamang dito ay ang adikain ng mga BUenos na magkaroon ng sustainable and affordable na merchandise kung saan hindi nila mo problemahin ang pera, hindi nila po problemahin kung ano man ang necessities nila. In fact, we have these platforms, Beautic, kung saan ang kanilang mga pre-loved items and pre-loved things will have a specific, magkakaroon sila ng halaga. At dito ay susulong natin ang sustainability at magkakaroon tayo ng solusyon sa kung ano man ang problema ng sistema. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hoson, Miss Hoson, mayroon ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng reaksyon o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
One of your platforms is BC Hive that aims to bridge student entrepreneurs with the BU market through Facebook, a social media platform already saturated with marketplace groups. How do you intend to ensure that your initiative remains operational and responsible in community management to prevent issues such as spam and fraudulent transactions? I will repeat your question. One of your platforms is BC Hive that aims to bridge student entrepreneurs with the BU when you market through Facebook, a social media platform already saturated with marketplace groups. How do you intend to ensure that your initiative remains operational and responsible in community management to prevent issues such as spam and fraudulent transactions?
Alam naman natin, ano ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Alam naman natin na mga student entrepreneurs natin at ang side hustles nila ay kalat. Kalat ito sa marketplace, kalat ito sa Facebook. Kung kaya't ang lahat ng mga BUenos ay naghahanap sa iba't ibang mga lugar. At hindi centralized. Pero pag nagkaroon tayo ng BC Hive, magiging centralized ito at magkakaroon tayo ng solusyon sa mga problema ninyo. Hindi ito istorya lamang. Dinadala ko ang mga adhikain at mga problema ninyo para masolusyonan natin ang lahat ng ito. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Miss Humauas at Miss Soson.
Sa dakong ito, papakinggan naman natin si Mr. Chris Evan Rotamola, ang natatanging kandidato para sa Deputy Finance Officer mula sa BU Leaders. At ang iyong katanungan ay magmumula kay Mr. Ronald Assis IV, ang Editor-in-Chief ng Crokis.
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon din po.
The energy conservation memo of Bicol University, which you pointed out as not sustainable in the Ballot Watch interview series, limits student representation in external programs, competitions, and conventions. However, your answer stayed at the level of sentiment without explaining the strategy behind it. To be specific, in what ways do you find it unsustainable? And what is your actual strategy to fund student travel given the university's economic measures? Again, the energy conservation memo of Bicol University, which you pointed out as not sustainable in the Ballot Watch interview series, limits student representation in external programs, competitions, and conventions. However, your answer stayed at the level of sentiment without explaining the strategy behind it. To be specific, in what ways do you find it unsustainable, and what is your actual strategy to fund student travel given the university's economic measures?
Mr. Rotamola, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So it is unsustainable in a way that is hindi po natin nasusuportahan ng maayos ang mga students in terms of their participation in external programs. So I believe that in my capacity as the Deputy Finance Officer, we must lobby these concerns. We must be a bridge towards accessing our student development funds because these funds are from the government and are supposed to support student-led activities and initiatives. So I believe in my capacity as a Deputy Finance Officer, we must first be proactive and offer proactive solutions through budget proposals and also a proper documentation to ensure that we serve the student body and to our fullest capacity. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat.
Mr. Assis, meron ko pong 30 seconds para sa iyong follow-up question. Your timer starts now.
When positions are uncontested, the winner often feels like a token representative instead of someone chosen by the people. As a candidate in this situation, how does it feel to know that students might be voting for you just because there is no other option? Does this lack of competition weaken your mandate? How will you gain the students' trust anyway?
Mr. Rotamola, ano ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para rito.
So I believe that as the highest student governing body, it doesn't weaken my mandate as a Deputy Finance Officer. Rather, it puts more responsibility in me because as a Deputy Finance Officer, we are the custodian of funds. We must serve the student body. We must serve the student body at their best interest. So that would be all. Thank you very much po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Rotamola at Mr. Assis.
Sa ngayon, dumako na tayo sa Finance Officer. Ang unang tatanungin ay si Miss Ashley Daniel G. Ledesma mula sa BU Buklod. Ang mabibigay sa iyo ng katanungan ay si Mr. Ed Christian Gise mula sa The Mentor.
Kuya, pwede po palakasan.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
So, one of your proposed platforms, Budget Talks, enhancing fiscal transparency and encouraging participatory budgeting, aims to promote transparency and accountability regarding the financial standing of the USC, including CSCs, CBOs, and UBOs. However, given the broad scope of financial reporting, transparency may become selective. Treasurers might emphasize favorable data while downplaying or manipulating negative aspects such as overspending. How will you ensure that this platform promotes genuine transparency in the financial standing of organizations without allowing data to be altered or selectively presented?
Miss Ledesma, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Okay. One of your proposed platforms, Budget Talks, enhancing fiscal transparency and encouraging participatory budgeting, aims to promote transparency and accountability regarding the financial standing of the USC, including CSEs, CBOs, and UBOs. However, given the broad scope of financial reporting, transparency may become selective. Treasurers might emphasize favorable data while downplaying or manipulating negative aspects such as overspending. How will you ensure that this platform promotes genuine transparency in the financial standing of organizations without allowing data to be altered or selectively presented?
Ms. Ledesma, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Good afternoon, everyone. As someone who's been in finance since my first years, I know how crucial money is. And bilang isang auditor at ingat yaman ng BUCSSP, nagawa po natin ito dahil naniniwala po tayo na deserve ng bawat estudyante malaman kung saan nanggagaling ang kanilang kung saan napupunta ang bawat pisong binabayad nila sa konseho. Ito pong Budget Talks, it is rooted from the aspiration of being transparent and participatory budgeting to our students. Ako po bilang treasurer at dating auditor, wala po ni isang piso ang nawala sa aming konseho. And I would like to bring that to a larger scale dahil deserve ng bawat BUNyo malaman kung nasaan ang kanilang pera, saan ito ginagastos. Yun lamang po.
Mr. Gise, mayroon ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng reaksyon o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
Okay, for another question. Your Unibingo enhancing the university's waste management appears similar to GLC Resolution Number 2, Series of 2025, which mandates the strategic installation of trash cans and strengthens waste management across all campuses of Bicol University. Both aim to improve waste management and involve installing trash bins throughout the university. How does your Unibingo initiative differ from this resolution, which is already up for approval at the higher office? What can you say to assure students that this is not simply a duplication of an existing project?
Okay po, thank you. Good afternoon once
Ms.
again.
Ledesma, ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
Okay, sorry po. Good afternoon once again. The Project Unibingo, hindi lang po siya nag-aim to actually install trash bins. It also aims to install metal bins na kung saan yung mga hinuhulog pong bottled water doon ay gagawin nating IGP para po makapag-accumulate pa tayo ng initial funding para po makapagbili tayo ng karagdagang basurahan para sa ating pamantasan. Thank you. And yun po yung pinagkaiba niya. Thank you, Kuya.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Ledesma at Mr. Gese. Pakinggan naman natin ang representante ng BU leader sa si Ms. Glendy Ong. Ang magbibigay sa iyo ng katanungan ay si Romar Bisco, ang editor-in-chief ng The Wayfinder.
Good afternoon, Ms. Glendy.
Good afternoon.
I am Joshua Orante, the copy editor of the Bicol Universitarian. I will ask the question on behalf of Mr. Romar, the EIC of The Wayfinder, the college publication of Tabaco. In your financial remittance policy platform, you mentioned that it ensures all student funds are received timely and efficiently. However, if a satellite campus fails to remit USC fees and capital is urgently needed, what specific intervention plan will you implement to secure this necessary capital? Again, in your financial remittance policy platform, you mentioned that it ensures all student funds are received timely and efficiently. However, if a satellite campus fails to remit USC fees and capital is urgently needed, what specific intervention plan will you implement to secure the necessary capital?
Ms. Ong, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Coming from External Campus, EIC of Tobacco publication, I do understand your concern, and it is indeed the very problem that the USC currently faces is the non-remittance and delay in remittances of the treasurers, right? So my financial remittance policy, it features 3 systems. Number 1, centralized remittance system, which is the collection and recording. This is a very flexible system that integrates traditional and digital. So for the external campuses, we can resort to digital modes. And for my second system of this very same policy, we also have the flexible remittance, which is in adherence to the USC Financial Policy Code, which I would like to reiterate na instead of 70 for first semester and 30 for second semester, I would like to actually ease it into 30, 30, and 35. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Orante, meron ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng follow-up question.
Would this strategy involve trade-offs such as reallocating funds, enforcing penalties, or delaying projects? And how will you ensure these decisions maintain fairness and accountability across all campuses? Again, would this strategy involve trade-offs such as reallocating funds, enforcing penalties, or delaying projects? And how will you ensure these decisions maintain fairness and accountability across all campuses?
Miss Ong, anong iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
Enforcing these causes or these actions can be actually anti-student and does not support the welfare of the student, most especially putting sanctions. That's why in my discretion as your finance officer, as a student leader, papadaliin natin ang mga bagay, ang mga sistema with coordination with our treasurers. For example, may flexible remittance, mas madali na tayong makakapag-remit. Through this, magkakaroon tayo ng on-time and accessible student funding. Thank you.
Maraming salamat Miss Ong at Mr. Orante.
Napakinggan na natin ang mga kandidato para sa Finance Officer. Sa bahaging ito, dumako na tayo sa Deputy Secretary General. Unang tatanungin ang representante ng BU Buklod na si Miss Arlie Uzui O. Marco. Ang ibibigay sa iyo ng katanungan ay si Miss China Marie Chongson, ang Editor-in-Chief ng Siyensya.
Good afternoon, Ms. Usui. Here is your first question. You shared in the ballot watch that you believe accountability has not yet been achieved in the BU Hataw smoke bomb incident. For you, how should the university administration be held responsible? And if you become an officer, how would you help them ensure accountability beyond calling them out on social media? I will repeat my question. You shared in the ballot watch that you believe accountability has not yet been achieved in the BU Hataw smoke bomb incident. For you, how should the university administration be held responsible? And if you become an officer, how would you help ensure accountability beyond calling them out on social media?
Miss Marco, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
I think accountability for me is hindi lang yung pagbayad ng hospital expenses ng mga ng mga na-aksidente or na-apektuhan ng smoke bomb incident. I'm sorry for that. And with this, accountability must be held, most especially sa Board of Regents and the administrations of Bicol University nang may napapataw na mga karagdagang hatol sa ating administration. Kasi hindi lamang ito, importante ito na kailangan nating ma-address ang accountability na hindi lang nagbabayad ng hospital expenses or statement. Kasi anong gagawin natin? So what kung nag-statement ka, di ba? Anong magagawa niyan sa mga buhay na naapektuhan na BUenos? Yun lamang po.
Ms. Chongson, mayroon kang 30 seconds para magbigay ng reaksyon o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
Here is your second question. In a climate where student activists are frequently red-tagged, your records and attendance sheets for university-wide events could become tools for surveillance if they fall into the wrong hands. How do you balance the demand for transparency with the protection of student identities? What is your protocol for handling student data to ensure that transparency doesn't compromise security? I will repeat the question. In a climate where student activists are frequently red-tagged, your records and attendance sheets for university-wide events could become tools for surveillance if they fall into the wrong hands. How do you balance the demand for transparency with protection of student identities? What is your protocol for handling student data to ensure that transparency doesn't compromise security?
Miss Marco, ano ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Okay, as a university counselor, I have experience na umawak ng attendance ng ating mga events. And with this, kailangan natin itong protektahan with utmost integrity. Dahil kailangan natin itong maprotektahan kasi ang mga pirma ng estudyante, importante yan. Itong mga attendance sheet ay nagagamit ito as tracker ng mga ibang agency na nangre-red tax sa ating institusyon. That's why we have Project CESP. And this, we can use our execution summary and timeline and accountability of officers that are responsible with each and every event. Thank you.
Maraming salamat Miss Marco at Miss Jongson. Pakinggan naman natin si Mix Julius Christian Cotara mula sa BU Leaders para sa Deputy Secretary General. Ang magbibigay sa iyo ng katanungan ay si Marwin Oliquino, ang Editor-in-Chief ng The Gearcast.
Good afternoon po. So I am Javandex G. Miranda, the Associate Editor of the Bicol Universitarian. I am here in place of Mix Oliquino for the EIC of the Gearcast to ask their question po sa inyo. So again, this question is from the Gearcast and not from the Bicol Universitarian. Your question is, your Love Ravar platform mentions empowering the LGBTQIA+ community and provides safe spaces for students. What do you plan to address about the issues that members of the Rainbow community are being discriminated against inside the institution that is meant to be their sanctuary? Again, your Love Rabarn platform mentions empowering LGBTQIA+ community and providing safe spaces for students. What do you plan to address about the issues that members of the Rainbow community are being discriminated against inside the university, which is supposed to be their sanctuary?
Mix Cotara, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Nagsimula po ako sa pinakamabang level ng obersidad sa DBO. Napaparinggan ko po ang mga hinain ng mga kasama ko sa LGBTQIA+. How would I plan is makikinig po ako sa kanila at ipaparating ko po ito sa ating CSR at sa pamamagitan po ng ating CSR ay makakarating po ito sa ating Board of Regents because they have the meeting. So by this, they will be heard, the LGBTQIA+ committee, dahil parte po ako ito. Kailangan po marinig ang ating boses, kailangan po natin lumaban para sa ating komunidad. Yun lamang po. Thank you.
Mr. Miranda, meron ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng reaksyon o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
So, a follow-up question from the Gearcast. Bicol University is a school connected to several households within its area. Students casually pass by different people that are not co-students, fellow students, or professors. Sometimes they witness individuals that display violent and aggressive behaviors towards students inside the university, like the College of Engineering. How will you assure a safe space for all students when civilians have easy access to school premises that compromises the students' safety? Again, Bicol University is a school connected to several households within its area. Students casually pass by different people that are not co-students or professors. Sometimes, they witness individuals that display violent and aggressive behaviors toward the students inside the university, like the College of Engineering. How will you assure a safe space for all students when civilians have easy access to school premises that compromises the students' safety?
Mix Cotara, ano ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para rito.
As someone who has been part of the University Student Council under the Secretariat Committee, meron po tayong power to improve the school premises and the safety of the students. So by this, if I will be elected as Deputy Secretary General, I will ensure that every student will have safe space. Sila po ay safe sa ating oportunidad dahil ang oportunidad natin ay para sa humanity. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat, Mix Cotara at Mr. Miranda.
Pakinggan naman natin ang mga kandidato para sa posisyon ng Secretary General. Unang uusisain ang kandidato mula sa BU Buklod na si Mr. Mark Dominic E. Peregrino at ang magbibigay sa iyo ng katanungan ay si Miss Alexa Torrente mula sa The Indictors.
Hello po, I am back. So,
Hello.
I am here po in place of the indictors for Ms. Alexa Torrente to ask their question. So, the question is, EcoSync combines Secretariat sustainability with climate action. Some argue tree planting and cleanup drives can become symbolic rather than systematic environmental action. So how would your initiative move beyond performative sustainability? Again, EcoSync combines Secretariat sustainability with climate action. Some may argue tree planting and cleanup drives can become symbolic rather than systematic environmental action. So how would your initiative move beyond performative sustainability?
Mr. Peregrino, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
The EcoSync features internal and external operation that involves Secretariat. Internal, ima-maximize natin ang resources ng USC while minimizing the waste. Ang external na tinutukoy dito ay tree planting, more so the cleanup drives. I disagree with the claims na ito ay performative, more so systematic kasi po hindi na po ito nasasagawa sa panahong ito at kailangan na po itong ibalik. Ang Bicol University po ay hindi na masyadong malinis sa ating mga minamasdan na mga estudyante. Hindi po ito applicable sa mga students, especially sa performance evaluation nila. Kaya kailangan po i-implement ang cleanup drives and tree planting because the increasing heat index na nararamdaman natin ay kailangan tayong maging aware para masolusyonan natin at malabanan natin ang climate, ang global warming po. Thank you. At ang climate problems po natin. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Miranda, mayroon ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng reaction o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
So, a follow-up question from the indictors. Your credentials show extensive secretariat experience, but leadership also requires political courage, not only administrative competence. How will you prove you can be an advocate for students, not just an efficient manager of paperwork? Again, your credentials show extensive secretariat experience, but leadership also requires political courage, not only administrative competence. How will you prove you can be an advocate for students, not just an efficient manager of paperwork?
Mr. Peregrino, ano ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
I already proved that within my institute that I am an advocate for the students. My whole Robredo community can compel to my performance na sila po ang nire-represent ko sa kada initiative at projects na ginagawa ko. At hindi lang po ako magiging efficient manager ng paperwork, kundi i-involve ko po sila sa lahat ng mga ginagawa ko. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Peregrino at Mr. Miranda.
Sa bahaging ito, papakinggan naman natin ang kandidato mula sa BU Leader sa si Mr. Lawrence Saison at ang magbibigay sa iyo ng katanungan ay si Mark Francis Toriano to be represented by Ivane Concepcion mula sa The Vital Signs.
So, good afternoon. Here's your question. Your Hubog platform aims to solve student disengagement through training and mentorship. However, student disengagement is often not a lack of capability, but a symptom of profound cynicism toward institutional processes that fail to yield tangible results. Is your platform intended to train students to conform to existing governance structures, or are you creating a space for students to challenge the very systemic issues, like the current transportation crisis or the rising cost of education, that have driven them to disengage in the first place? So should I repeat the question? Okay, I will repeat the question. Your Hubog platform aims to solve student disengagement through training and mentorship. However, student disengagement is often not a lack of capability, but a symptom of profound cynicism toward institutional processes that fail to yield tangible results. Is your platform intended to train students to conform to existing governance structures, or are you creating a space for students to challenge the very systemic issues, like the current transportation crisis
or the rising cost of education that have driven them to disengage in the first place.
Mr. Saison, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Sa paglatag ko ng plataforma nito, meron na po tayong mekanismo. We always try to consult with administrators or these institutions outside. For example, the PYDO o LYDO, kung saan magsisik tayo ng partnership with them para mas maengganyo ang mga students na hindi lamang po ito sa bahala ng mga socio-economic issues, but to intend to really have the opportunity to really understand the leadership and governance within, not just only within Bicol University, but in the context of being a student leader. And at the same time, with this mechanism, we will have facing kung saan magkakaroon tayo ng information dissemination and a seminar for those students na gustong maging active when it comes to student leadership. And yung sa training naman po, we will not comply them, but to also involve them in a process in which this training program ay magkakaroon sila ng knowledge and at the same time, yung capability nila as a student leader can really visualize themselves.
Miss Concepcion, oras na para sa iyong follow-up question.
Okay, so in your another platform, Lantad, you aim to make council processes more understandable to students. However, as someone who sat on the Constitutional Convention for the new BU-USC Constitution, you know firsthand that the gravity of student governance requires a level of detail that often defies simplification. How do you ensure that the transparency remains substantive rather than just student-friendly branding? Okay, so in your another platform, Lantad, you aim to make council processes more understandable to students. However, as someone who sat on the Constitutional Convention for the new BU-USC Constitution, you know firsthand that the gravity of student governance requires a level of detail that often defies simplification. How do you ensure that the transparency remains substantive rather than just student-friendly branding?
Mr. Saison, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para sa iyong kasagutan.
Just like what I said in my introduction, gagawa po tayo ng simplified reports or bulletin points to the key agendas ng mga discussion sa loob ng council para mas maintindihan ng mga BUNUs kung ano ang mga diskusyon o kaya ang mga kailangan nilang malaman sa loob ng University Student Council. Yun lang po at maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat Mr. Saison at Miss Concepcion. Ngayon ating kikilatisin ang mga kandidato sa posisyon ng External Vice Chairperson. Unahin natin ang independent candidate na si Mr. Earl J. Van Chloe M. Acuña. Ang iyong tanong ay babato ni China Marie Changson ng Siyensya.
Mic test.
Good afternoon, Ms. Acuña. Here is your first question. We've seen cases where BU students represent the university in competitions and conventions out of their own pockets. As EVC, how will you ensure that student welfare isn't just for those who can afford it? What specific external lobbying will you do to ensure that representation does not become a paid privilege?
Can someone flash?
I will repeat the question na lang po.
Hindi po pwede.
Nagamit kasi kanina ng binibig yung question namin kaya nagpalit na.
Sige. Again, we've seen cases where BU students represent the university in competitions and conventions entirely out of their own pockets. As EVC, how will you ensure that student welfare isn't just for those who can afford it? What specific external lobbying will you do to ensure that representation does not become a paid privilege? Again, we've seen cases where BU students represent the university in competitions and conventions out of their own pockets. As EVC, how will you ensure that student welfare isn't just for those who can afford it? What specific external lobbying will you do to ensure that representation does not become a paid privilege?
Mr. Acuña, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
As your external vice chairperson po, personally, alam ko na po na may mga times na hindi po tayo nabibigyan kaagad ng Bicol University ng proper funding. Actually po, yung time ko as a UNESCO delegate, ay hindi po ako kaagad nabigyan ng Bicol University. At hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin po ako na-remit po. So, bale, ang ginawa ko po dito is, through my external linkages po, ay naghanap po ako ng possible sponsors po para to sustain po, or mabigyan po ako ng money to represent the college. And as your external vice chairperson, ito rin po ang gagawin ko sa mga BUNYos. Lalapit lang po kayo sa akin at ako na lang po ang bala sa inyong sponsorship money po. Thank you.
Miss Chongson, mayroon ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng reaksyon o follow-up. Your timer starts now.
Here is your platform-related question. Project Akbay is a long-term school adoption program and by definition prioritizes a partner school as its primary beneficiary. In a student-led council, what is the specific, non-sentimental gain for the BUNYos who are not the target of your learning recovery? I will repeat. Project Akbay is a long-term school adoption program and by definition prioritizes a partner school as its primary beneficiary. In a student-led council, what is the specific non-sentimental gain for the BUNYos who are not the target of your learning recovery?
Thank you.
Mr. Acuña, ano ang iyong reaksyon o kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Actually, all students can volunteer sa Project Akbay. So, ang in-exchange po ay bibigyan na lang po natin sila ng mga certificates in order para mapaganda po ang inyong curriculum vitae. Again po, ang Project Albay is for all BUNYos po. Mag-volunteer na lang po kayo as good Samaritans. Thank you.
Maraming salamat Mr. Acuña at Miss Chongson.
Dumako naman tayo sa external vice chairperson ng BU leader sa si Mr. Clyde William Constante. Ang iyong tanong ay magmumula kay Kimberly Soliestre from the Olympians.
Sound.
Good afternoon, Mr. Constante. So here is your question. The issue spreading on Bicol University Student Forum regarding the IPSR Institute have led to recurring instances of discrimination, name-calling, and harsh criticism implicating and being directed at its student body. These persistent issues have fostered an environment where students feel unsafe and discriminated against, often facing public backlash despite having no involvement in the underlying controversies. As a candidate for external vice chairperson, how will you address these concerns and what specific measures will you implement to protect the students from such unwarranted hostility?
So, as the external vice chairperson,
Ang iyong Mr. Constante, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So, as the external vice chairperson, we are not only focused on being the tulay or we are not focused on the partnership and sponsorship. We are also the face and the bridge of the student council. So, in a way, the students can lobby it to the external vice chairperson, and through proper bureaucratic process, we can address the concerns. So, in that perspective, kaya natin mabigyan yung mga students ng desk or certain platform kung saan binibigyan sila ng boses, and in that way, malalabi yun ng concerns, and through malalabi yung concerns.
Miss Soliestre, meron ka pong 60 seconds para sa iyong follow-up question.
So here is your follow-up question. With your experience working with marginalized communities, what concrete actions will you take to ensure that student-led initiatives generally respond to real social issues rather than remain performative? Again, with your experience working with marginalized communities, what concrete actions will you take to ensure that student-led initiatives generally respond to real social issues rather than remain performative?
Mr. Constante, ano ang iyong kasagutan dito? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para rito.
So as someone who nagbibigyan ng like through community action engagements, bago tayong gumawa mismo ng isang event or initiative, we are supposed to create a proposal wherein there is a specific objectives, rationale kung bakit natin yung ginagawa. So in that perspective, malaman natin doon kung ina-address talaga mismo yung mga social issues na yon.
Maraming salamat Mr. Constante at Ms. Soliestre. Dumako na tayo sa Internal Vice Chairperson. Pakinggan natin ang nag-iisang kandidato sa nasabing posisyon, Mr. Jeffrey Nicolas Opeña mula sa BU Leaders. Ang iyong katanungan ay manggagaling kay Mr. Giovanni Kendigo, ang Editor-in-Chief ng The Appraiser.
Magandang hapon, Nick Opeña. Good afternoon po. So my question is, people respond to incentives. Is the basic guiding principle of human resource economics. In its basic essence, if people are incentivized better, they will theoretically perform better. The GLC often struggles to achieve quorum, causing it to start hours after it was originally scheduled, wasting precious time which otherwise could have been used for acting on legislation. Sometimes, multiple reminders to the GC have to happen before quorum is even achieved. If people respond to incentives, what then can the GLC offer that makes it worth waking up very early in the morning and for satellite campuses to travel very long distances? I will repeat. People respond to incentives is the basic guiding principle of human resource economics. In its basic essence, if people are incentivized better, they will theoretically perform better. The GLC often struggles to achieve quorum, causing it to start hours after it was originally scheduled, wasting precious time which otherwise could have been used for acting on legislation. Sometimes, multiple reminders to the GC have to happen before quorum is even achieved. If people respond to incentives, what then can the GLC offer that makes it worth waking up very early in the morning and for satellite campuses to travel very long distances?
Mr. Opeña, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
We really do understand. And we've been into 3 sessions. Complete attendance tayo sa sessions and super hirap maka-attend ng quorum. And danas natin yan, even way before ng GLC. And 2 things ang tatandaan natin. Firstly, aside from incentives, we need to understand that these GLC members do need to really be heard. Kasi in my experience sa GLC, kapag inaakay mo or you are guiding the students along the way, sumasama naman sila. And constant reminder to them that it is their responsibility to attend to this GLC. And second, when it comes to incentives, it is true that for example, we give them kumbaga mga snacks, mga incentives or whatever na pwede natin ibigay sa kanila. Kasi kayang-kaya naman natin yon. We have the student funds na kaya natin ma-access in where we can give it to the students. Kasi yun lang naman kailangan nila, yun yung pinakakailangan in order for them to attend. And for us to have a very productive discussion in terms of GLC. Because this is just a responsibility of the GLC, but also responsibility of the students as officers and electeds as representatives.
Mr. Digo, meron ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng follow-up question.
Following the logic of incentives, university-based organizations remain as important pillars for building communities within the university. What can the Council provide for these organizations to further incentivize their community building initiatives? Again, following the logic of incentives, university-based organizations remain as important pillars for building communities within the university. What can the Council provide for these organizations to further incentivize their community building initiatives?
Actually, this is
Mr. Opeña, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para sumagot.
Actually, this is very close to my heart. Kasi sa umugmang BU, yan ang gusto natin mangyari. Firstly, you need to really make them belong. You really provide them the platforms in order to promote their events. Those kinds of incentives to make them feel that they are part of Bicol University community. Secondly, I know the struggles of being UBOs. Wala tayong pera. That's why we resort to different sponsorships or not. But the USC is capable of providing them incentives, like solicit to the USC. Because in my experience, I get to solicit to the USC as well to actually promote projects when I am the GLC student.
Maraming
president.
salamat Mr. Opeña at Mr. Digo.
Sa bahaging ito, papakinggan naman natin ang mga kandidato para sa chairperson and the student regent. Ating unang tatanungin ang kandidato mula sa BU Leaders, Miss Camia May El Velario. Ang iyong katanungan ay ibabato ni Mr. Arjan Garilao, ang Editor-in-Chief ng The Probe.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camia. This is the question from Mr. Orjan G. Garilao, the EIC of BU Gubat Campus, The Probe. I will repeat the question twice. Upon reviewing your background, records show that you previously served as a member of the League of Liberal Reformists Reforma Coalition, under which you ran for USC Auditor while rallying for its ideologies and principles. Now, in USC Election 2026, you are running as the standard bearer of BU Leaders League of Democrats. Given this sudden shift in political alliance, where do your values truly stand? Are you asserting that your current political party reflects your personal values more than your former party list did? Again, upon reviewing your background, records show that you previously served as a member of the League of Liberal Reformists Reforma Coalition, under which you ran for USC Auditor while rallying for its ideologies and principles. Now, in USC Elections 2026, you are running as the standard bearer of BU Leaders League of Democrats. Given this sudden shift in political alliance, where do your values truly stand? Are you asserting that your current political party reflects your personal values more than your former party list did?
Miss Veraglio, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Again, we go back to the premise that I have said before na itong paglipat na ito ay hindi lang naman ito isang simbolo ng parang gusto mo na you wanna win it or like you have it the easy way around. Kasi marami din tayong paghihirap. Naghirap din tayo, nag-effort din tayo, nag-prepare din tayo para maging kandidato para sa posisyon na ito at maipakita sa ating mga kapwa estudyante na worthy po tayo upang ma-select bilang isang susunod ninyong CSR. And I believe in the fact na hindi na dapat natin ito tignan bilang isang laban ng mga politika, ng mga kulay ng mga politika. Kasi laban ito ng BUeños, laban ito ng kung sino ba dapat ang tunay na ating ihalal, tunay na dapat ating piliin bilang susunod na estudyante leader ng ating konseho. At at the end of the day, again, the loyalty of ours lies with the student, not with any political alliances that we had before.
Mr. Orante, mayroon ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng follow-up. Your timer starts now.
During the Ballot Watch interview series conducted by the Bicol Universitarian, in the stance of the candidates segment, you stated that you disagreed with political turncoatism. However, your shift from one banner to another could be perceived as embodying that very practice, especially considering that the incumbent USC chairperson and student regent from the BU leader slate won the chairperson race in election 2025. How will you prove to the BUeños that the party lists in BU are not merely platforms that can be discarded once they have served their purpose? Again, during the Ballot Watch interview series conducted by the Bicol Universitarian, in the stance of the candidates segment, you stated that you disagreed with political turncoatism. However, your shift from one banner to another could be perceived as embodying that very practice, especially considering that the incumbent USC chairperson and student regent from the BU leaders slate won in the chairperson race in election 2025. How will you prove to the BUeños that the party lists in BU are not merely platforms that can be discarded once they have served their purpose?
Miss Veraglio, ano ang iyong kasagutan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Again, ang paglipat kong ito
Nagpapasalamat ako una-una sa lahat. Siyempre, we acknowledge the fact that I am the leader that I am right now. That's thanks as well to the foundations that the prior political affiliation that I had before. But then and again, I am pieces and fragments of the different people and experiences that I have conquered throughout my leadership journey. And the leader that I stand right now is a reflection na kaya natin mag-grow, kaya natin mag-evolve, and kaya natin mag-develop into a leader that the BUNs deserve at the end of the day.
Maraming salamat, Miss Beralio at Mr. Orante. Pakinggan naman natin ang independent candidate para sa chairperson and student regent na si Miss Christine Carmel de Mesa. Ang iyong katanungan ay magmumula kay Jason Enebrad ng Kasipi.
Good afternoon. So, I am James Edward, the EAC of UNEBE. So, this question is from the EAC of Kasipi from BUCSSP. So, the main question, recent incidents of red tagging involving an alarmingly growing number of BUNos pose a direct and serious threat to the academic and individual liberties of those who are targeted. While a comprehensive rules and procedures for handling these cases has been duly institutionalized within the university, the seemingly silent and lengthy approach of the university in past cases has created a gap between the students and the administration, where students eventually had little to no trust in the system that's supposed to protect them. As an aspiring CSR, who shall assume the highest authority in student governance and the sole student voice in the BOR, what concrete ways can you offer to regain the student admin trust and persuade the students to actually utilize these readily available platforms for redress of student grievances?
Miss De Mesa, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So I will repeat the question. Recent incidents of red tagging involving an alarmingly growing number of BUNos pose a direct and serious threat to the academic and individual liberties of those who are targeted. While a comprehensive rules and procedures for handling these cases has been duly institutionalized within the university, the seemingly silent and lengthy approach of the university in past cases has created a gap between the students and the administration, where students eventually had little to no trust in the system that's supposed to protect them. As an aspiring CSR, who shall assume the highest authority in student governance and the sole student voice in the BOR, what concrete ways can you offer to regain this student admin trust and persuade the students to actually utilize these readily available platforms for redress of student grievances?
Muli, Miss De Mesa, ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Una sa lahat, mayroon tayong red tagging policy. Dapat kailangan muna natin tong i-integrate sa lahat ng CSE. At bilang CSR, dapat yun din yung kailangan kong gawin na maipabot sa kada CSE na may existing tayong policy na tulad nito. At pangalawa, sa tulong ng aking plataforma na kasama ka sa mesa, we are promoting na mas malapit ang konseho sa estudyante. Mas ipapalapit natin ang trust nila sa atin sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaroon ng trust sa isa't isa. At wag nating kakalimutan na meron tayong College of Law. Yung College of Law, meron silang existing na programa kung saan malalapitan ng mga estudyante, ang mga law students. At kung natatakot tayo na lumapit sa ating administrasyon, lumapit tayo sa ating kapwa estudyante. Sila yung tutulong sa atin na malaman ang rights natin at ang USC ang tutulong na maipabot ito sa BOR. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Tambobong, meron ka pong 30 seconds para magbigay ng follow-up question.
For your follow-up question from Kasipi Publication, given the highly procedural and technical nature of the policy, how are you going to maximize the realistically conflicting availability of the individuals and officials concerned to ensure that an appropriate response and adequate support are afforded to the students who are being targeted by red tagging in a swift but legally compliant manner? To repeat the question,
Given the highly procedural and technical nature of the policy, how are you going to maximize the realistically conflicting availability of the individuals and officials concerned to ensure that an appropriate response and adequate support are afforded to the students who are being targeted by red tagging in a swift but legally compliant manner?
Ms. De Mesa, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para sumagot.
Tulad sinasabi kong sa nauna, kung mahirap lapitan ng admin, tayo ang lalapit sa estudyante. At tulad sa na-mention ko kanina, ang College of Law, lalapit tayo sa kanila upang humingi ng tulong kung ano ba talaga ang rights ng mga estudyante. At sa pamamagitan ng USC, sa pamamagitan ko, ako ang magiging daan upang ipaabot ito sa ating konseho. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Ms. De Mesa at Mr. Tambobo. At dyan na nga nagtatapos ang round 2. Maraming salamat sa ating mga college publication editors at representatives na naglaan ng kanilang oras para sa araw na ito. Talaga naman naging makabuluhan ang ating debate dahil sa inyo. Muli, maraming salamat po.
Bago po tayo dumako sa ikatlong round, pakinggan muna natin ang maiinit na balita sa araw na ito, hatid sa inyo ng The Bicol Universitarian Broadcasters.
Hello. Mic test 1, 2, 3.
Sound.
Mic test. Pagsubok sa mikropono. Pagsubok sa mikropono.
Pagsusuri ng mikropono.
Isa, dalawa, tatlo, pagsubok sa mikropono.
Tatlo, dalawa, isa. Ang mikropono ay sumisiyasat.
Humaharurot!
Papasada na ang paboritong radyo ng masa.
Umaati ka mong balitaan, bumubusina!
DZRB Radyo Bicol Nandiyan! Bicol University, roronda na ang Harapan Rundown!
Sakay na!
Magandang hapon, pamantasan ng Bicol. Ngayon ay Webes, ika-23 ng Abril 2026. Ako, si Joshua Orante.
At ako naman si Thea Lahano. Ang inyong mga tagapagbatid balita.
Sa arangkada ng mga nagbabagang balita. Mga kandidato sa USC Elections 2026 sumailalim sa orientasyon at covenant signing.
Harapan 2026, kasalukuyang idinaraos sa Buseng Gymnasium.
Ballot Watch Interview Series inilunsad. Abangan ng mga detalye makalipas ang isang paalala.
Ano ba yan? Lagi na lang wala tong presidente na to.
Mas marami pang travel niya kaysa sa issue na nagsalita siya. Takot kasi kay admin kasi yung budget daw hawak nila. Kumbaga, you need to bargain. Ganun!
Eh kanino ba sila nanumpa ng serbisyo? Kay admin ba o sa ating kapwa estudyante?
Ay, ang gagaling nila sa una. Ngayong nanalo na, hindi na makita-kita.
Kaibigan, huwag magpadala sa mga pangakong madaling bitawan. Kilatisin ang mga aspetong dapat pagtuunan ng pansin para sa bayan.
Kaya naman BUenos, mangialam, magmatsyag at magsiyasat para sa kandidatong matino at matapat.
Isang malagang paalala mula sa himpilang ito.
Oras, alas 6 ng gabi.
At ngayon sa detalye ng mga balita. Mga kandidato sa USC Elections 2026, sumailalim sa orientasyon at governance signing. Ikinasang orientasyon at covenant signing sa Student Activity Hub, Office of Student Affairs and Services nitong ika-15 ng Abril 2026 para sa mga magiging kandidato sa gaganaping University Student Council Election 2026 ng Bicol University. Dinaluhan ang nasabing aktibidad ng mga iba't ibang leader estudyante mula sa iba't ibang partido, pati na rin ang mga independent candidate na nagnanais mamuno sa pinakamataas na konsehong pang-estudyante ng pamantasan. Samantala, binigyan naman ng University Student Electoral Board ng oportunidad ang mga kandidato ng USC upang mapahayag ang kanilang katanungan hinggil sa nasabing eleksyon at harapan.
Sa iba pang balita, Harapan 2026, kasalukuyang idanaraos sa Busing Gymnasium. Shala Habituela, iratsyada mo!
Nagtipon-tipon ang mga mag-aaral mula sa main at iba't ibang satellite campuses ng Bicol University para matunghayan ang Harapan the University Student Council Convocation 2026 dito sa BU College of Engineering Gymnasium, Huwebes ng hapon. Dito masusubok ang husay ng mga kandidato sa pagsagot sa mga katanungang magmumula sa kanilang mga katapat sa posisyon at piling mga hurado. Samantala, ang formal na eleksyon ay gaganapin ngayong Sabado, ika-25 ng Abril. Shala Habituela, umaarangkada!
Dagdag pang balita, Ballot Watch Interview Series inilunsad. Para sa detalye, narito si JC Halig.
Isinagawa ang Ballot Watch Interview Series na pinangunahan ng The Bicol Universitarian nitong ika-17 ng Abril sa Student Union Center na dinaluhan ng mga kandidato para sa University Student Council Elections 2026. Dumalo ang iba't ibang political parties tulad ng BU Leaders Legal Democrats at Bukrod BU kasama ang mga independent candidates sa interview na layong alamin ang kanilang pananaw at mga planong naisihandog para sa mga BUenyos. Kaugnay nito, ang naturang interview series ay inalabas para makilatis ng publiko at mga estudyante ang kanilang mga kasagutan bago ang kanilang convocation at ang mismong eleksyon sa ika-25 ng Abril. JC Halig para sa Harapan Rundown.
Inyong napakinggan ang 5 minutong siksik na balitaan. Muli ako si Joshua Orante.
Ako naman si Thea Lejano. Patuloy ang biyahe kasama kayo.
Walang maiiwan saan man sa mundo. Ito ang Arangkada Balita!
Sakay na!
Round 3.
Muli naming iniimbitahan ang mga kandidato na bumalik sa ating stage. Muli, iniimbitahan namin ang ating mga kandidato na bumalik sa stage para makaproceed na po tayo sa round 3.
Meron pong nawawalan ng iPhone. Paki-claim na lang po dito sa Unibe. Meron siyang wallpaper na heart-heart na aesthetics. Again, may nawawalan po sa mga nawawalan ng iPhone. Paki-claim na lang po dito sa Unibe.
sa may technical booth. iPhone 14 base model na midnight blue. Again, iPhone 14 base model midnight blue. Again, everyone, please settle down as the round 3 4D Harapan 2026 will now begin. Again, everyone, please settle down as the round 3 for the Harapan 2026 will now begin. Round 3, Students Round.
Nasabi natin kanina na magkakaroon tayo ng round kung saan tayo ay kukuha ng mga tanong at opinyon mula sa ating mga students na tumututok live rito sa Harapan 2026 using the hashtag BU Harapan 2026 at sa mga nag-fill up sa Google Forms ng The Bicol Universitarian.
Sa round 3, para sa mga kandidatong walang kadebate, isang tanong na lamang ang kanilang sasagutin at wala ng follow-up questions. Salamat po. Maunang tatanungin ang kandidato na tumatakbo bilang Public Information Officer na si Mr. John Paul Panessa mula sa BU Leaders. Your question is, I recall hearing from you on a separate occasion that the role of a Public Information Officer is easy and mainly involves caption writing, stating, madali lang naman mag-PIO para caption-caption, and you can use AI tools to handle its task. Given that the PIO plays a crucial role in ensuring accurate, timely, and responsible dissemination of information to the student body, especially during sensitive or critical situations, how do you clarify that statement? And how do you demonstrate your full understanding of the scope, responsibility, and accountability required of the position you are now running for? Again, this question is from an anonymous source. I recall hearing from you on a separate occasion that the role of a Public Information Officer is easy and mainly involves caption writing, stating, quote-unquote, madali lang naman mag-PIO para caption-caption, close quotation, and you can use AI tools to handle its tasks. Given that the PIO plays a crucial role in ensuring accurate, timely, and responsible dissemination of information to the student body, especially during sensitive or critical situations, how do you clarify that statement and how do you demonstrate your full understanding of the scope, responsibility, and accountability required of the position that you are now running for? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
The job of the Public Information Officer is beyond the concept of information dissemination. That is why sa ating 100 days ng ating pamamahala, ang kailangan nating isentro is ang istorya ng masang BUNyo. This is the capacity that beyond the concept of information dissemination, we must practice the accuracy and also the integrity of our reportage na kailangang isaalang-alang. Kasi ang aking paniniwala, ito yung magiging pundasyon natin bilang konseho to establish the public trust. We will go back to the basic. We will go back into tangible solutions. Beyond the concept of everything, artificial intelligence is that. Pero ang paniniwala ko, marami tayong mga creatives counselors, university counselors, and even certain students na may mga kakayahan to create on that. We will leverage that. We will have proper moderation on that. And I am so much prepared to fight for the reportage with my skills and ability as a student journalist and also as a student leader. Ang aking paniniwala, kinakailangan nating isentro ang ating mga reportage sa masa. Panahon na para bigyan natin ng boses ang bawat estudyante at ang bawat individual to make public trust in the council. Importante na hindi lang natin sila papakinggan, kundi kailangan magkaroon din sila ng espasyo sa konseho. And that is what I really wanted to do if you will elected me as your next Public Information Officer. Maraming salamat, Bicol University.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Panessa, mula sa BU Leaders.
Dumako naman tayo sa posisyon ng business manager. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay ang independent candidate na si Mr. Denmark Hill Leopardas. Ito ang iyong tanong. Mr. Leopardas, ito ang iyong tanong. Recent USC records indicate that you have incurred the highest number of absences among the officers. As business manager, your role is not limited to initiating income-generating projects. You are also expected to serve as the council's logistics head, ensuring that activities are properly organized and implemented. Given this, your recurring absence raises a practical concern. If the logistics head is frequently unavailable, who assumes responsibility for overseeing and facilitating the committee for every USC event? Again, recent USC records indicate that you have incurred the highest number of absences among the officers. As business manager, your role is not limited to initiating income-generating projects. You are also expected to serve as the council's logistics head, ensuring that activities are properly organized and implemented. Given this, your recurring absence raises a practical concern. If the logistics head is frequently unavailable, who assumes responsibility for overseeing and facilitating the committee for every USC candidate? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Like I've said earlier, no, naiintindihan natin where this concern is arising from. And as someone vying for the position of the USC Business Manager, I believe that this is an imperative concern that we have addressed. Like I said earlier, we are remaining steadfast in our commitment to deliver student service. And despite this conflicts with our schedules and our commitments, through the platforms that we are through the systems and the platforms that we're integrating in the Office of the Business Manager, such as optimize schedule in terms of duty sa tindahan na ESCO, dahil naiintindihan naman natin na hindi po talaga magiging laging bukas ang tindahan na ESCO, dahil as students, we also have commitments as well. That's why, mas practical siguro na magkaroon tayo ng optimized schedule kung saan merong specified dates kung kailan lang talaga magiging available ang tindahan at kailan lang ito makakapag-deliver ng serbisyo sa BUNyo. And more so, we are steering away from the physical store itself and delivering services not only in the OSAS office but during events of the College Student Council as well as the different organizations within the university. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Leopardas. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Ms. Sumauas? Ang iyon 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hindi naman magre-release ng notice of meeting ang isang student, ang ating chairperson and student regent kung hindi lahat available, right? Pero kung hindi ka nagsabi na excuse ka or may pasok ka or ganito, ganyan, hindi ka nagsabi ng reasons mo, you are literally absent in that specific matter. And assuming, nasabi mo kanina, showing up when it really matters, so meaning hindi nagmamatter ang meetings, hindi nagmamatter ang every event, hindi nagmamatter sa'yo ang specific time kung saan dapat mag-show up ka. Kung sa meetings pa lang at preparation, anong alam mo sa planning, anong alam mo sa execution kung wala ka dito? At hindi lang to nangyari sa USC, nangyari din to sa CSC. At sa pangatlong pagkakataon ay halal ka sa pwesto. Paano masisiguro na ikaw ay competent enough and capable enough as a business manager, knowing na ang business manager, head siya ng specific committee?
Mr. Leopardas, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
First of all, I would like to say that wrong. There has been instances with our council that there were times na hindi naman talaga unanimous ang vote when it comes to the schedules of our meetings. And I'm sure this has been addressed with our future meetings. Kumaga, these are lapses that are normal when working with the council. And I'm happy that during our term, na-address din naman ang mga bagay na to. And this is very much important to understand that we must ground our vision of a council in reality para mas mag-grow tayo instead of relying on falsehoods.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Leopardas. Dumako naman tayo sa Business Manager mula sa BU Leaders, Miss Angelica Esther Humauas, ito ang iyong tanong. Concerns have been raised regarding your attendance record, including reports that you have been absent from gatherings and critical event days or have arrived late on multiple occasions. Given that you are seeking election to the highest student-led governing body of the university for a position responsible for overseeing and ensuring efficient project operations, these patterns appear to conflict with your profile and campaign claim of a business manager na matalas, serbisyong walang kupas. As a candidate for a position that demands consistent presence and accountability, how do you plan to address these concerns? And what concrete measures will you take to ensure the reliability and consistency of your service? Again, concerns have been raised regarding your attendance record, including reports that you have been absent from gatherings and critical event days or have arrived late on multiple occasions. Given that you are seeking election to the highest student-led governing body of the university for a position responsible for overseeing and ensuring efficient project operations, these patterns appear to conflict with your profile and campaign claim of business manager na matalas, serbisyong walang kupas. As a candidate for a position that demands consistent presence and accountability, how do you plan to address these concerns and what concrete measures will you take to ensure the reliability and consistency of your service? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
These mere accusations are not true. Bakit? Hindi naman tayo ihahalal sa mga pwesto ng community organization, student-led organization, and even university-based organizations kung hindi tayo competent. Diba? Nagsimula tayo bilang business manager sa isang CBOs at napatuloy natin ito sa mga university-based organizations. Alam naman natin na ang problema sa mga ganitong mga organization ay pera. Ngunit nagawa natin ito ng solusyon bilang isang business manager at nagkaroon tayo ng mga solusyon dito. Hindi naman totoo na saan ang resibo, saan ang mga accusations na to kasi wala naman 'di bang binibigay na concrete about these issues. Alam naman natin na ngayong eleksyon puro pampupolitiko at kung ano-ano na lang yung binibintang sa isang competent na leader. Lalo na kung wala naman silang mahanap na issue sa iyo kasi babait ka, ginagawa mo ang tungkulin mo at wala silang problema sa iyo kung kaya't gawa-gawa ang mga sentimentong ito.
Maraming salamat, Miss Humauas. Ano naman ang reaction mo rito, Mr. Leopardas? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Giving you the benefit of the doubt that I think I wasn't quite given earlier, no? Hence, as a university student council officers, we are very much vulnerable with criticisms as well as siguro allegations per se. Don't you think that the right approach with this kind of matters shouldn't be a straight dismissive no, but instead to take it to the grassroots level and ask the questions how and why these concerns were raised? Because I think that is the main reason why on some aspects of our leadership journey we do not grow, because we are so straight up with putting on our opinions as well as our the things that we think na minsan na-feel na tayo na i-understood talaga kung ano nga ba talaga yung context ng mga bagay-bagay. So, thank you.
Ms. Humauas, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Well, I acknowledge the fact na sentimiento ito ng mga estudyante, kailangan din nating ipaglaban kung anong pinaglalaban natin. Kasi kung magpapa-apekto lang tayo sa mga ganitong bagay, paano natin may pagtatanggol ang sarili natin kung alam naman natin sa sarili natin kung ano yung totoo? Right? Kasi in the context of student body, kailangan matuto tayong lumawan din at matuto tayong i-acknowledge, right? Pero kailangan din nating i-assess din ang performance natin and also
at
assess everyone.
At nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa business manager.
Atin namang anyayahan ang nag-iisang tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng Deputy Finance Officer, Mr. Chris Evan Rutamola mula sa BU Leaders. Your question is In your application, you emphasize the belief that every resource should serve a meaningful purpose for the benefit of the student body. However, given your limited hands-on experience in managing finances for student events, some may question how you can truly uphold this principle in practice. How can you assure the council and the students that despite your limited direct experience in financial management for events, you will be able to allocate and utilize funds effectively, ensuring that every resource truly benefits the student body as you promised? I repeat, in your application, you emphasize the belief that every resource should serve a meaningful purpose for the benefit of the student body. However, given your limited hands-on experience in managing finances for student events, some may question how you can truly uphold this principle in practice. How can you assure the council and the students that despite your limited direct experience in financial management for events, you will be able to allocate and utilize funds effectively, ensuring that every resource truly benefits the student body as you promised? Meron kang 90 seconds para sumagot.
Indeed, I may not have direct experiences related to finance, but as a financial management student, we are trained to manage our funds wisely. We are from budget allocations to financial forecasting to financial analysis and reporting. We are trained to not just, I am trained for this position, and the student body can rely on me as your next deputy finance officer, because if there is one thing that my positions as a student leader have taught me, it is two things: transparency and detail-orientedness, because which are two attributes that are also vital in being a deputy finance officer. So that would be all po. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Rotomola, Deputy Finance Officer mula sa BU Leaders.
Dumako naman tayo sa posisyon ng Finance Officer. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Ms. Ashley Daniel Ledesma mula sa BU Buklod. Ito ang iyong tanong. As a former CSC auditor of your college, you are expected to function as the independent watchdog of the council, primarily responsible for ensuring transparency, accountability, and proper financial documentation of all transactions. However, your publicly available accomplishment report indicates that you did not produce or submit a comprehensive audit report covering the council's financial activities, including the total purchases of the income-generating projects or IGP of the business manager, the overall council expenditures, and the treasurer's financial status. Given that these are core responsibilities of an auditor tasked to safeguard public funds and institutional accountability, how do you justify this apparent lapse in your fundamental duty? Moreover, how do you reconcile this deficiency in your performance as an auditor with your current aspiration to hold a higher financial position in the University Student Council? Again, as a former CSC auditor of your college, you are expected to function as the independent watchdog of the council, primarily responsible for ensuring transparency, accountability, and proper financial documentation of all transactions. However, your publicly available accomplishment report indicates that you did not produce or submit a comprehensive audit report covering the council's financial activities, including the total purchases of the income-generating projects or IGP of the business manager, the overall council expenditures, and the treasurer's financial status. Given that these are core responsibilities of an auditor tasked to safeguard public funds and institutional accountability, how do you justify this apparent lapse in your fundamental duty? Moreover, how do you reconcile this deficiency in your performance as an auditor with your current aspiration to hold a higher financial position in the University Student Council? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Okay, good evening po everyone. First of all, for the person who sent this question po, and for clarification purposes na rin, I think you need to check your sources.
Because when I was the auditor of the College Student Council, we published an audit report for the first semester and the second semester. It was publicly available. Nag-message po kami sa mga GCs namin with the Black Presidents na ready to view na po yung accomplishment report, yung audit report, at yung financial report po ng Council. And during our General Assembly, lahat po ng expenses ng konseho namin, detailed po namin siyang ipresenta sa aming mga estudyante. So yun po, share na lang din, when I was the auditor, isa po ako sa pinaka-strict when it comes to finances, and my workmates can attest with that. Minsan nga po sabi nila, baka ngayon magalit si Ash, dapat kumpleto to, dapat sakto to. Kasi hindi ko po hinahayaan na may ni isang piso, ni isang sentabo ang makascape sa pag-checking ko bilang auditor, because that's my job. I am working for the students and not for the council. And as your next USC Finance Officer, I would be more than willing to do that again. Dahil naniniwala ko at ang prinsipyo ko ay nasa estudyante at hindi sa konsehong trinatrabahuan ko. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Miss Ledesma. Ano naman ang reaction mo dito, Miss Ong? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hello, you have mentioned that you publish audit reports, but what are the context? The very context of the question is tinatanong kung may lagay ba, may content ba yung IGP, yung IF, basically the inflow and outflow. As an auditor myself, we uphold very specific principles, and if you're gonna serve as the next finance officer, how can you effectively function this role if you yourself, being a CSE auditor, hindi mo nagagawa? And in addition, if you claimed na naginawa mo lahat ng deliverables na ito, bakit may estudyante pang nagtatanong kung nasan ito?
Miss Ledesma, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Hello, Miss Glendy. I think you got it wrong. Kapag nagpo-produce po tayo ng financial report, incorporated na doon ang IGP. For the student who was asking this, I think hindi niya po na-access yung financial report po ng council namin last time sa CSE office. So, kung sino man po yung nagtanong nito, ready po kaming i-present sa inyo. Nandun po, nakabookbind po yung ating audit report as well as our financial report. Lahat po nandun, IGP, EF, and IF, nandun po lahat. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Miss Ledesma. Mula sa BU Buklod, dumako naman tayo sa Finance Officer ng BU Leaders na si Miss Glendy Ong. Ito ang iyong tanong. Concerns have been raised regarding your leadership record, including reports of making unverified statements involving alleged financial misconduct, as well as separate accounts from multiple individuals who claim they were similarly implicated in unverified narratives affecting their reputations. In addition, questions have been raised about your performance in past leadership roles, particularly during your tenure as Kalinga Okal and NSRC President and as a DBO officer for 2 years, where some responsibilities were reportedly not fully carried out. Given that leadership demands both accountability in delivering duties and restraint in handling sensitive information that may affect others, how do you respond to these concerns, and what concrete assurance can you give the student body that your leadership will uphold integrity, fairness, and due process if elected? Again, concerns have been raised regarding your leadership record, including reports of making unverified statements involving alleged financial misconduct, as well as a separate accounts from multiple individuals who claim they were similarly implicated in unverified narratives affecting their reputations. In addition, questions have been raised about your performance in past leadership roles, particularly during your tenure as Kalinga Okal NSRC President and as a DBO officer for 2 years, where some responsibilities were reportedly not fully carried out. Given that leadership demands both accountability in delivering duties and restraint in handling sensitive information that may affect others, How do you respond to these concerns? And what concrete assurance can you give the student body that your leadership will uphold integrity, fairness, and due process if elected? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
I believe now is the right time to finally address this the circulating issues sa forum. I came from a place of concern and I was just performing my delegated authority as the auditor because as auditor, binabantayan natin ang overall funds compliance ng isang organization. And also, I feel so misunderstood. As a person, I am naturally assertive. I am naturally straightforward. At if this issue or this past issue of mine, it does not solely define me as a person who I am right now, because whoever was at fault, I punished myself. I took accountability and I ultimately learned my moral. And as your next finance officer, these lessons, I can take it. These are my sole basis to perform better, to prove them wrong, to prove Anonymous_97 ng mga pinagsasasabi niya na mali siya. Si Glendy Ong ay may prinsipyo. Si Glendy Ong ang tumatayo bilang isang student leader na may prinsipyo at puso. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Miss Ong. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo rito, Miss Ledesma? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
As a former auditor myself, it is vital for you to clarify these things before it circulates a larger view. So, are you actually doing your work that time when you were the auditor, or pinalipas mo na lang yung issue na yun? Because as the auditor, you need to clarify things. Kasi hindi lang naman yung konseho nyo yung naaapektuhan, but also the trust of the students to the council itself.
Thank you for that question.
Miss Ong, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
I already clarified myself with the right avenue, with the right people. In fact, nagkaroon kami ng open forum na sobrang nagisa ako, which was very disturbing because I admitted my mistakes and I learned from it. As auditors, I am very much certain na nagagawa ko ang aking mga task, ang aking assigned delegated task as the auditor, and the people I have worked closely could attest to that. Thank you.
At siya nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Finance Officer.
Atin namang anyayahan ang mga tumatakbo sa posisyon ng Deputy Secretary General. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Miss Arlie Uzui Marco mula sa BU Buklod. Here is your question. As a counselor for the Secretariat Committee for the current academic year, do you believe that the procedures for maintaining records and systematically processing all paperwork are already sufficient and will remain so throughout your term, hence the focus on other issues? Again, as a counselor for the Secretariat Committee for the current academic year, do you believe that the procedures for maintaining records and systematically processing all paperwork are already sufficient and will remain so throughout your term, hence the focus on other issues? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
I think it is not yet enough, and however, we could do a great part of it on working how we can much more integrate a better system. Kaya nga po ako gumawa ulit ng plataforma na Project CES. Dahil po dito, mas gaganda ang archiving system at hindi lamang siya plataforma na hindi natin ma-materialize. Kasi nga po, dito magkaka-execution summary and each and every document will be archived in a system that would help each and every council and councilors of our community. And most importantly, ang isa sa mga natutunan ko bilang university councilor ay hindi madali ayusin ang sistema. Ngunit kaya natin itong gawin sa tulong ng ating council. And most importantly, if I would be elected as your next Deputy Secretary General, this system would work and this would have continuity and sustainability for the next generations of our student leaders. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Miss Marco. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo dito, Mix Cotara? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So, you are someone from Robredo, which is Institute of Governance and Development. But your instances at all the regulation law of FASTICs was disconnected with your college. As a student leader, we need a leader stand for the community, for the student, and for the marginalized sector. not for the times of crisis, but for all that times. Who understand how policies or all the deregulation law affect the ordinary people. Are you going to stand for your Marxist perspective because your response qualified disagree?
Miss Marco, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
I acknowledge the fact na nag-disagree ako on that stance at tinawag akong hindi makamasa. Ngunit hindi ito totoo. Sumasama ako sa wrongs ng ating masa, and this stance is not a definite no. This stance came from a perspective na ang gobyerno natin ay hindi kaya itong solusyonan, hindi sila capable. Do you even trust the Marcos Duterte regime? No. So kung ang galing na naman sa masa ang ating desisyon, asa ng gobyerno na dapat tumutugon sa ating mga kailangan, and the government
Maraming
should be
salamat,
adopted.
Miss Marco, mula sa BU Buklod. Dumako naman tayo sa Deputy Secretary General ng BU Leaders na si Mix Julius Christian Cotara. Ito ang tanong. You have concerns of underperformance in your college-based organization where you serve as president. How do you assure the student body that this concern will not be carried into your time as DSG? I repeat, you have concerns of underperformance in your college-based organization where you serve as president. How do you assure the student body that this concern will not be carried into your time as DSG? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Before po ako naging president ng Junior Institute of Management, naging technical and control and manager na muna po ako, who is nagagawa po ng legwork at nagagawa po ng mga pagbuhat po ng mga jug para lang sa isang event. And I'm entrusted by the management student na maging president nila. Never po ako nag-underperform. For the event of Junior Institute of Management, nag-legwork po ako ng external, ng papers, ng proseso ng mga paper for the management night and for the other events. Hindi yan totoo. Because Julius po ay ginagawa para may uplift ang gym community. Dahil ang isang management is always magdingin para sa mga para lahat sa magnates. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat, Mix Cotara. Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito, Miss Marco? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So since you said that you are a management student, what are your mechanism on the records and property and management of the system here in the council that you are planning to vie on? And most importantly, as a management student, you should know the records and property management of each and every letters or proposals or in this system. So that would be all.
So, we are a management student.
Mix Cotara, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
We are a management student. Siyempre, tinuturo kami ng aming 4 core function: plan, organize, lead, and how to control. By this 4 core function, I know that I can do the work of Deputy Secretary General. Handa na po ako kasi simula po ako sa pinakababang level ng obersidad, which the DBO, to the UBO, to the CBO, at handa na po ako ng deputy, at handa na po ako isama ang BUN nyo sa laban na ito.
At dyan nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Deputy Secretary General.
Ngayon, iniimbitahan namin ang mga kandidato para sa posisyon ng Secretary General. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Mr. Mark Dominic Peregrino mula sa BU Buklod. Ito ang iyong katanungan. During your term as CSC Secretary, there were repeated instances where you bypassed proper processes, handled official documents without necessary approvals, and positioned yourself to take credit for outputs that were clearly the result of collective effort. You also implemented an evaluation mechanism where you held influence over assessing other officers while restricting their access, raising serious concerns about transparency and conflict of interest. Why should a student body entrust you with the role of USC Secretary General when your past actions reflect the very issues this position is supposed to prevent? Again, during your term as CSC Secretary, there were repeated instances where you bypassed proper processes, handled official documents without necessary approvals, and positioned yourself to take credit for outputs that were clearly the result of collective effort. You also implemented an evaluation mechanism where you held influence over assessing other officers while restricting their access, raising serious concerns about transparency and conflict of interest. Why should the student body entrust you with the role of USC Secretary General when your past actions reflect the very issues these positions is supposed to prevent? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Okay, everyone, to clear this out, this is with agreement with our advisor. Kasi gusto pong paalisin ng advisor namin ang pangalan ng presidente kasi hindi naman daw po siya involved sa letters na yon. So bakit pa ilalagay? Ang pinakaunang rule ni ma'am ng aming advisor is bawasan ang bureaucracia at red tape sa aming konseho na pinakaunang problema ngayon ng ating pamantasan. Ang bawasan ang bureaucracia at red tape talagang kinakarap ng kahit anong administrasyon. At yung tungkol naman sa transparency na issue, that is not my project. That is our President's project. At tungkol sa transparency na yon, wala po akong kinalaman doon. And I will stand firm with that decision that I am transparent and I am accountable with all my projects and initiatives. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Peregrino. Ano naman ang reaction mo rito, Mr. Saison? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So you mentioned about bureaucracy. So your first three platforms are just like only extensions, like only extensions sa given job and description ng isang Secretary General. Do you think it's just like added bureaucratic process again to the secretariat role?
Mr. Peregrino, may masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
Ito po, ang plataforma ko po ay rooted sa experience ko bilang CSE Secretary. Naranasan ko po ang lack of coordination, lack of access of information galing sa Secretary Generals. At doon po rooted ang platforms ko. Ayoko na pong may makaranas na CSE Secretary na magpapamiting kayo one week before the tentative deadline. Ayoko na pong may maiiwan na CSE dahil lang sa kakulangan sa access ng impormasyon at koordinasyon. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Peregrino, mula sa BU Buklod. Dumako naman tayo sa Finance Officer, sa Secretary General ng BU Leaders na si Mr. Lawrence Saison. Ito ang iyong katanungan. You have been described as someone who frequently abstains and avoids taking extreme positions, preferring a golden mean approach. While that may sound intellectually mature, critics argue that it reflects hesitancy or lack of firm convictions. As Secretary General, a role that demands administrative clarity, how can students trust that you will not default to neutrality when decisive leadership is required? Again, you have been described as someone who frequently abstains and avoids taking extreme positions, preferring a golden mean approach. While that may sound intellectually mature, critics argue that it reflects hesitancy or lack of firm convictions. As Secretary General, a role that demands administrative clarity, how can students trust that you will not default to neutrality when decisive leadership is required? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
My abstentions is not a sign of neutrality. Kung saan, in the lens of an economic student, we see these social issues that we need to ponder on and in which hindi siya simpleng masasabi ng yes or no. We must be critical thinkers when we weigh the ripple effects ng mga social issues when we try to give stances. And at the same time, as a person that is very systematic, binibigyan natin ng tamang proseso, ng tamang pag-iisip kung ano yung mga stances natin. And if we are going to give a stance that is not well-informed, well-discussed, and well-think, hindi natin siya mabibigyan ng proper na dedepensahan ang ating mga stances. And as a Secretary General, I will be firm with the stances that I uphold and being critical with all of the decisions before I say something, before I make a choice, before I give my best and give the yun na naman po, and thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Saison. Ano naman ang masasabi mo rito, Mr. Peregrino? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Okay, B1, just let me refresh your minds. During Mr. Saison's business manager stint, madami po siyang abstention sa mga social issues. More so, this year na nag-abstain siya when it comes sa mga tsuper at mga issues na na nagkakalaman ng mga batas daan. Ibig sabihin po ba nito, kulang ka sa decisiveness na isang kalidad o isa sa mga quality na dapat ang meron ng isang officer. Dahil po, isa po tayong University Student Council officer, we should be firm with all of our decisions. Kasi po, kung magpag-iisipan pa po natin ito ng matagal, mas lalo tayong nagpapatagal ng proseso. Dapat po maging firm tayo and maging accountable tayo sa bawat binibigkas natin. Kasi unang-una, isa kang ekonomista. Dapat alam mo kung ano ang kumokontrol sa ating mga komunidad at lalong-lalo na sa kumokontrol sa ating society. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Saison, masasabi po ba kayo sa kanyang reaksyon o katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 segundo para rito.
So, I stand firm with my abstention sa fair highs dahil po, if we agree or disagree to this critical issue, may maapektuhan yung mga tsuper, yung mga individual, yung mga students. If we have a stance, it's more likely to have a ripple effect with different kinds of externalities and factors that hinders the sustainability of this pertinent solution. Kaya it's much better to have a solution that is long-term na para sa iba't ibang sektor at walang naiiwan.
At siya nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Secretary General.
At para sa susunod na debate, atin namang imbitahan ang mga tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng External Vice Chairperson.
My check.
Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay ang independent candidate para sa posisyon ng External Vice Chairperson na si Mr. Earl J. Van Chloe Acuña. Ito ang tanong. As the outgoing business manager of College of Arts and Letters, you are, if not one of the officers most responsible for our 86,853 pesos remittance failure that has spanned 2 missed deadlines and left CAL's balance at zero. You now seek a higher office, asking BONUs to elevate you in governance responsibility. What is your answer to the simplest and most question on the ballot? If you could not remit the money, why should we trust you with anything more? I repeat, as the outgoing business manager of CAL, you are, if not one of the officers most responsible for our 86,853 pesos remittance failure that has spanned 2 missed deadlines and left CAL's balance at zero. You now seek a higher office, asking BONUs to elevate you in governance responsibility.
Po ako bilang inyong External Vice Chairperson because bibigyan po natin ito ng mga solutions. Hindi lang po college student councils ang naghihirap po ngayon. Lahat po tayong BONUs may mga financial strains. Actually, maybe this is the reason bakit mahina po ang remittance turnout sa College of Arts and Letters. Kasi namamahala na po tayo sa everything, every necessities natin. At tumaas pa rin ang USC fee. So this financial strains ay kaya po masolusyonan ang aking plataforma na BU Discount Relief Card. So basically, iano po natin ang financial strains ng every BONUs. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Acuña. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo dito, Mr. Constante? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So before I start my question, a fact for everyone, I am the officer in charge of the current incumbent External Vice Chairperson who work hand in hand to foster projects such as MMBU, commu-series, and other things. So now as the incumbent business manager of the CLC CAL that has a different scope and function to the USC and EVC, how can you assure to the students that this position will not be a trial and error?
Mr. Acuña, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para sumagot.
Ang business manager at ang external vice chairperson na hindi po nagkakaiba. Kasi ang business manager po ay siya rin ang nagko-coordinate sa mga merchants po. Same with the external vice chairperson. Tayo rin po ang nakikoordinate po. But this one is through sponsorships and collaborations with different organizations. And with my extensive background in external affairs, ay kayang-kaya ko po at hindi po ito trial and error because my credentials will back it up.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Acuña. Dumako naman tayo sa External Vice Chairperson ng BU Leaders na si Mr. Clyde William Constante. Here is your question. In August 2025, during a flagship program conducted in San Andres, Santo Domingo, Albay by Youth Access, concerns were raised by several co-officers and facilitators regarding your leadership conduct. These included observations on your approach to task delegation being perceived as overly authoritative, instances of raising your voice at co-facilitators during critical moments, and allegations of unprofessional communications such as speaking against colleagues and spreading unverified claims within the University Council. Given these concerns, if elected as external vice chairperson of the University Student Council, where will you be working closely with emerging student leaders, counselors, and various student organizations? How will you assure the student body that your leadership style will promote professionalism, respect, and collaboration, and that it will not hinder the morale and motivation of students, especially in colleges currently facing a shortage of active student leaders? I repeat, in August 2025, during a flagship program conducted in San Andres, Santo Domingo, Albay by Youth Access, concerns were raised by several co-officers and facilitators regarding your leadership conduct. These included observations on your approach to task delegation being perceived as overly authoritative, instances of raising your voice at co-facilitators during critical moments, and allegations of unprofessional communication such as speaking against colleagues and spreading unverified claims within the University Council. Given these concerns, if elected as external vice chairperson of the University Student Council, where you will be working closely with emerging student leaders, counselors, and various student organizations, how will you assure the student body that your leadership style will promote professionalism, respect, and collaboration, and that it will not hinder the morale and motivation of students, especially in colleges currently facing a shortage of active student leaders? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
So as a nursing student, I also uphold ethical principles, which is veracity, which is truth, and non-maleficence, which in a way to do no harm. So in that perspective, and I am also an assertive person, lalo na kung may task delegations, and in that hindi masyado nagagawa. So I have to be assertive na dapat ito magampanan, since ang mga community engagement is important because we are expanding or nakikipag-ugnayan tayo sa mga organization and community, which is sa Santo Domingo na yon are indigenous people. So we have to be we should be mindful of what we are doing and with what are the mga dapat natin hindi gawin or dapat natin gawin. So, and I mean, yung iba doon is basically wala namang masyadong claim. So, walang evidence. And yun, like as the nursing student, I uphold veracity, which is true. So, and so yun nga, as external vice chairperson, we are supposed to seek partnership and collaboration with other networks na co-align sa ating mission and goals. So we are representation of the student body itself.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Constante. Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito, Mr. Acuña? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hello? So studying your background, there were things conflicting in my end po that I wish you to clarify. You mentioned kanina sa akin na ikaw ang head of external affairs during the MMBU. But there have been reports that there is a low sponsorships during MMBU na humingi pa kayo sa CSEs ng sponsorship para sa corporate attire ng mga candidates po sa MMBU. Do you think this is the failure of the External Affairs Committee?
Mr. Constante, anong masasabi mo sa kanyang katanungan? Bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para dito.
So let me clarify your statement. I am the officer in charge as of the second semester, since the incumbent external vice chairperson is on the job training. So and based on sa MMBU then, I know for a fact that there were established protocols and procedures na were already in place, and yun, yung mga sponsorship were already basta nagawa ng process para makuha yun lang.
At dyan nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa External Vice Chairperson.
Atin namang anyayahan ang nag-iisang tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng Internal Vice Chairperson, ang ating independent candidate na si Mr. Jeffrey Nicolas Sopeña. From BU Leaders pala. Para sa posisyon ng Internal Vice Chairperson, from BU Leaders, Mr. Jeffrey Nicolas Opeña. Ito ang iyong katanungan. Allegations from your former colleagues wherein it is described as grave and personal misconduct during your time in your previous school have raised serious concerns. Separately, these issues have also resurfaced on social media, bringing them to wider public attention. These are serious matters that directly contradict the integrity and accountability expected of a university student council officer. Given these issues, why should students trust you to lead, and what concrete accountability can you demonstrate to prove you are worthy of this position? Again, allegations from your former colleagues wherein it is described as grave and personal misconduct during your time in your previous school have raised serious concerns. Separately, these issues have also resurfaced on social media, bringing them to wider public attention. These are serious matters that directly contradict the integrity and accountability expected of a university student council officer. Given these issues, why should students trust you to lead, and what concrete accountability can you demonstrate to prove you are worthy of this position? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
To all the people in this Pusang gym and to the people watching live, this is me asking accountability of what I've done 7 years ago specifically. What happened in social media is simple. I vehemently deny that I harassed someone physically or touched someone physically. What happened 7 years ago was a group chat in where we, as a product of immaturity, had post remarks to a specific person. But evidently, in those specific social media, I am there asking accountability earnestly to that person because I know for a fact that those things are wrong. And for 7 years, I've earnestly repented for 7 years that those things are wrong. Those are product of immaturity. And let's go and ask, does this reflect to my leadership for the past 7 years? To my image for the last 7 years? I've always show up. I've always done things that goes beyond my capabilities. Way back from my tenure in Ateneo, community Angat Buhay, and in here in Bicol University. All of my friends, all of my co-officer can attest that I'm doing the best that I can. There's no any complaint that can actually attest that I have leadership ethics, because I know for a fact that those things are from the past, and I know that we should fight for what is right, and I earnestly repented of what I've done, and that would actually prove that for all those years, those things are from the past, and we should move forward because what we should have is right now, and what we are doing
Maraming
is for
salamat,
the
Mr.
best we
Opeña,
can. Thank you
Internal
so much.
Vice Chairperson ng BU Leaders.
At para sa huling magdedebate sa round 3, ating imbitahan ang mga tumatakbo para sa posisyon ng Chairperson and Student Region. Ang unang sasagot sa ating katanungan ay si Miss Camia May Veralio mula sa BU Leaders. Here is your question. During the Bicol Universitarians Ballot Watch, it was revealed that participants of the PAPSAS Interactive Youth Forum in Baguio City were directed to sign documents indicating expenses they did not actually incur. Yet throughout the campaign, you have consistently upheld the Council's record as transparent and free from financial issues, with your platform emphasizing unifying fiscal integrity and supporters citing your term as auditor as a model of accountability. As a USC delegate to that same PAPSAS edition and the Council's auditor at the time, how do you reconcile this apparent discrepancy, and what concrete actions did you take to uphold financial integrity in that situation? I repeat. During the Bicol Universitarians Ballot Watch, it was revealed that participants of the PAPSAS Interactive Youth Forum in Baguio City were directed to sign documents indicating expenses they did not actually incur. Yet throughout the campaign, you have consistently upheld the Council's record as transparent and free from financial issues, with your platform emphasizing unifying fiscal integrity and supporters citing your term as auditor as a model of accountability. As a USC delegate to have same PAPSAS edition and the Council's auditor at the time, how do you reconcile this apparent discrepancy, and what concrete actions did you take to uphold financial integrity in that situation? Meron kang 90 seconds para sumagot.
Okay, so we have to clarify first that those expenses
were of expenses na hindi naresibuhan o walang OR. Kaya po tayo naghingi ng mga supporting documents kasi yun po na mga expenses na yon is up for reimbursement sana kasi nagkaroon po tayo ng cash advance through the accounting office kasi binabudgetan naman po tayo. And the accounting office directed us na kung meron kayong mga expenses na mag-exceed dito, you have to you have to substantiate it, you have to give us documents na talaga makakasatisfy na merong nangyaring ganong expense. Now, these small expenses are those kind of expenses na could be substantiated through a certificate of not requiring any receipts kasi small amounts po ito. At yun po yung ginawa natin because we worked hand in hand together with our incumbent chair na siya din po ang nag-handle of course nung liquidations noong event na yon. And we have consistently reminded him na chair, we have to be careful of course. We have to substantiate all of these expenses to be justifiable kasi we know that government accounting is a very crucial one and talagang kailangan dito ng mga sapat at sakto o tama na mga dokumento para din ma-substantiate o para din ma-prove ng accounting office natin na yes, these expenses are justifiable, these expenses has indeed occurred, and these expenses are indeed part of the expenditures that has occurred during
Maraming
the event.
salamat, Miss Veralio. Ano naman ang reaksyon mo dito, Miss De Mesa? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
Miss Kamea, as USC auditor, this is for transparency lang ha. What are your findings about the spending behavior of the past USC terms and how did you use this knowledge to make your term this year more financially efficient? Again, as USC auditor for transparency, what are your findings about the spending behavior of the past USC terms and how did you use this knowledge to make your term this year more financially efficient?
Miss Veralio, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para sumagot.
We of course know, almost all of the students know na malaki ang overspending, merong maraming discrepancies, may misappropriation na mga nangyayari nung mga nakarang term. Kaya sa term natin ngayon, one thing that I can assure you, as the USC auditor, naging stricto po tayo sa financial processes ng ating konseho. Meron po tayo mga dokumento at walang nangyaring misappropriation, walang utang ang konseho ngayong terminong ito.
Maraming salamat, Miss Veralio, mula sa BU Leaders. Dumako naman tayo sa independent candidate para sa posisyon ng Chairperson and Student Regent na si Miss Justine Carmel De Mesa. Here is your question. The General Legislative Council or GLC is a crucial space in student governance where the USC, CSCs, UBOs, and college or university-wide publications come together to discuss student issues, propose amendments, and craft resolutions that directly impact the student body. Yet records show that you have absences from these meetings and often represented only by a proxy. Considering that this is where student concerns are translated into policies, even reaching the Board of Regents, how can you fully understand the needs and sentiments of the student body without being present in these discussions? How do you align your lack of presence in the GLC discussions with your platform Kasama Ka sa Mesa, which promotes inclusivity and shared presence wherein at the mesa, you are nowhere to be found? I repeat, the General Legislative Council or GLC is a crucial space in student governance where the USC, CSCs, UBOs, and college or university-wide publications came together to discuss student issues, propose amendments, and craft resolutions that directly impact the student body. Yet records show that you have absences from these meetings and often represented only by a proxy. Considering that this is where student concerns are translated into policies, even reaching the Board of Regents, how can you fully understand the needs and sentiments of the student body without being present in these discussions? How do you align your lack of presence in the GLC discussions with your platform, Kasama Ka sa Mesa, which promotes inclusivity and shared presence, wherein at the mesa, you are nowhere to be found? Ang iyong 90 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
As a CSC president, I know my obligations. Pero this time around, the GLC is nagkaroon ng problem din with my schedule sa academics. So, yung GLC na natapat sa araw na Friday is yung araw din na mayroon akong midterm exam. And yung midterm exam na yon ay kailangan kong sumagot ng eskis which is ang eskis ay architectural drawing from 8 a.m. hanggang 8 p.m. So, hindi ko, bilang isang student leader, hindi ko rin dapat pabayaan ang academics ko. Kaya yun yung pinili ko. Pero I made sure na ang aming institution ay properly represented by a proxy dahil wala naman sa CBL na hindi inaalaw na magkaroon ng proxy ang CSE. And with that, we made sure na properly represented kami at properly represented din ako as the CSE president. And as the CSE president, hindi ko pinabayaan ang aking institusyon. Kasi parte din ako ng committee, which is the Special Quick Response Committee. And ako yung nagtayong head ng committee na yon. At ang institusyon namin ang nag-propose ng resolution na yon. At sa pamamagitan ng pagiging head na yon, ginampanan ko ang aking serbisyo bilang CSE president. At kahit wala pang officers na naitala, tinanggap ko ang posisyon na yon dahil alam ko at may integridad ako para gampanan ang posisyon na yon.
Maraming salamat, Ms. De Mesa. Ano naman ang masasabi mo dito, Ms. Veralio? Ang iyong 60 seconds ay magsisimula ngayon.
I would like to ask a quick clarification with your vision. Now, can you present to us specific mechanisms and policy makings to assure the tangibility of the very vision that you are presenting to us, which is Kasama Ka sa Mesa? Okay, so give us the specific mechanisms and policy making measures that you are going to do with regards to the tangibility of the vision that you are presenting to us, Kasama Ka sa Mesa.
Ms. De Mesa, bibigyan ka namin ng 30 seconds para sumagot.
Actually, Kasama Ka sa Mesa is my leadership guiding principle. And yun ang vision ko ngayon. Kasi ayokong may estudyanteng maiwan mag-isa. At ito ay isang makamasang espasyo para sa ating BUNyo. At may 3 plataforma ko under that, which is yung Mesa Connects. Ang Mesa Connects ay magko-conduct tayo ng courtesy call sa lahat ng CSE. At ang Mesa Response, magko-conduct tayo ng needs assessment para ma-align lahat ng mga activity. At ang Mesa Pathways, mag-propose ng holistic projects na makakatulong sa mga estudyante. Maraming salamat
At siya nagtatapos ang debate ng ating mga kandidato para sa Chairperson and Student Regent.
Pinal lang natapos ang 3 rounds ng ating debate ngayong araw. Sadyang naging makabuluhan ang ating nabusisi ang bawat kandidato ng USC na may mabigat na katungkulang gagampanan kung sila ay maihahalal.
Para sa pagtatapos ng ating debate ngayong araw, iniimbitahan namin ang 2 kandidato sa posisyon ng Chairperson ng Student Regent para sa kanilang huling debate.
Para sa huling round, narito ang mga pamantayan. Mayroong 5 minutes ang bawat kandidato para sa kanilang opening speech. May 1 minuto naman ang kanyang katapat upang magtanong o mag-react. Bibigyan muli ng 3 minutes ang naunang kandidato para sagutin ang tanong o reaksyon ng kanyang kalaban.
Simulan na natin ang huling debate. Mauunang magsalita ang Chairperson and Student Regent mula sa BU Leaders na si Ms. Veralio. Ang iyong 5 minutes ay magsisimula ngayon.
Mga kaibigan, isang mapagmahal na araw o gabi sa inyong lahat. Nung nag-file ako ng kandidatura ko, pumasok ako sa department namin at tinanong nila ako, bakit ka pa ba tatakbo? Bakit di ka na lang mag-focus sa board exams mo, knowing na board program ka? Isa lang yung sagot ko sa kanila, Ma'am and Sir, alam kong may magagawa pa ako. And konsensya ko kung hindi ko magagawa yun, knowing that I have the capacity and capability to do it. This unwavering commitment to serve the student body, despite the hardships, despite the sacrifices, despite the late nights that I have done for the council, yun at yun ang nag-fuel sa akin. Yun at yun ang binabalikan ko kung bakit ako tumatakbo pa rin sa posisyong ito. Kahit nakakapagod, kahit nakakaubos. And of course, throughout my term in the council wherein I served as the auditor, napagtanto ko na integral talaga ang isang trabaho ng isang auditor. Kasi hindi lamang tayo nag-work sa sidelines, hindi lamang tayo nag-observe na meron ka ng over-expenditure, meron na kayo nagastos, ang pangit na ng performance ng council, kundi naging parte tayo sa dialogo, naging parte tayo sa planning, naging parte tayo sa buo na mga plano ng konseho na para sa ikabubuti ng mga estudyante, lalong-lalo na sa mga piskalya na usapin. Ngayon, ano nga bang mga nagawa ko bilang isang auditor ng konseho? Important accomplishments that I am proud to say is that unang-una sa lahat, gaya na nasabi ko kanina, walang utang ang konseho ngayong taon na to. That's something that we are proud to say kasi sa lahat o sa past mga terms na meron tayo, laging merong utang na napapamana sa konseho. At yun ang rason kung bakit napipilay din yung council, lalo-lalo na sa pag-implement ng kanyang mga proyekto, sa pag-realize ng mga vision na gusto sanang gawin ng isang konseho. Ikalawa, meron tayong mga events o may mga events tayong expected natin na malaki yung budget talaga. Pero in this term, we were able to realize it even at the smallest fund. For example, Litvi Musda. Nagkaroon tayo ng mga difficulties sa procurement. Nagkaroon tayo ng difficulties kasi hindi natin na-access yung SDF noon kasi wala pang pondong nadadownload sa USC. Pero nagawa natin ang paraan. Kahit sa ultimong maliit na budget, we were able to expand that event. We were able to extend that event and we were able to push it through despite the difficulties, despite the constraints of the transfer strike na patuloy natin ito kasi nakikita natin yung importansya ng pag-express ng culture and arts ng ating mga estudyante, ng ating mga kapwa BUNyo. Ikatlo, pro-student budgeting. Doon nagko-compose po tayo o nung binubuo po natin University Financial Policy Code, isa po tayo sa nag-contend ng i-increase na budget ng USC. So kung tutuusin, mas mataas pa sana ang actual na dapat magiging fee ng USC. Pero kinontent po natin ito, sabi natin, Mr. Chair, Madam Treasurer, hindi po yan kakayanin ng BUNyo. Bababaan natin yan. We will reduce it down to the portion or to the amount na kaya pa rin bayaran nito ng mga estudyante. Kasi naiintindihan po natin yung paghihirap din ng mga estudyante, lalo-lalo na pagdating sa pera. Ngayon, importante po na meron po tayong kaalaman bilang isang CSR na may kaalaman tayo pagdating sa mga usaping piskalya at polisiya. Kasi ito din po ang nilalabi natin sa board. Ito din po ang mga usapin na nangyayari sa loob ng board. Kasi kung wala po, paano po natin mai-expedite? Paano natin tunay na ma-represent ang ating mga estudyante sa plataformang ito? At ngayon, sa panahon na napakataas ng student apathy, dapat ang iboto po natin, ang ipiliin po natin na estudyante leader ay yung isang leader na may konkretong paraan, may konkretong mekanismo sa kung paano ba natin ibabalik yung institute or infrastructure of trust sa isang konseho. Kasi po yun at yun din naman ang nawawala. Yun at yun din yung nagiging rason kung bakit nagdi-disengage yung mga estudyante sa ating konseho. Ngayon, sa naging performance natin o sa mga naging flow ng harapan ngayong gabi, nakakalungkot lang na mas nakikita ang paglipat ko sa isang partido kaysa sa kapasidad ko bilang isang estudyante leader na hinahain ang kanyang sarili para sa aking mga kapwa BUNyo. That if you would construe me, that the capacity and capability of a student leader should be construed to their credibility, assertiveness, and mastery on the concerns that matter and center on the students and their job. Repeatedly construing a candidate to someone to be discredited based on their political affiliations is like an action of stripping off all of their sacrifices for the council and for the institution and discounting their efforts and willingness of the counted candidate to stand up and for the student body, especially in the advent of student apathy. Mga kaibigan, nakakalungkot lang po na naririnig natin ito kasi kung makikita nyo 15
Maaari ka nang magtanong o mag-react, Ms. De Mesa. Ang iyong 1 minute ay magsisimula ngayon.
Hi, Miss Camia. My answer is simple. Kumusta ka? That's my question. Kumusta ka?
Sa totoo lang,
Bibigyan ka namin, Miss Beralio, ng 3 minutes para sumagot. Ang timer ay magsisimula ngayon.
Sa totoo lang mga kaibigan, sa 3 taon natin paninilbihan bilang estudyante leader, tunay nakakapagod, nakakaubos, at marami kang isasakripisyo. Pero yung puso natin sa serbisyo, yung kagustuhan natin na magsilbi, kasi alam natin na may magagawa pa tayo, hindi yun naaapula, hindi yun agad-agad na nawawala. Ngayon na may oportunidad tayo na i-extend ang ating pagtulong sa ating mga kapwa estudyante, kung may oportunidad tayo, may boses tayo, may plataforma tayo para ibigay ang ating mga sarili, ihain ang ating mga sarili, bakit di natin yun gawin? Kasi yun at yun ang naging rason ko sa pagtakbo ko. Hindi base sa kulay, hindi base sa apilyasyon, Hindi base sa kung ano man ang naging history ko bilang isang estudyante leader. Kasi alam ko that what matters most is the present. That I am willing to offer myself up for this service, up for this very job na nakakaubos. Because then and again, this fight was never a fight to carry all alone. This fight was never meant to simply create and make a mark of our legacy of first. And this fight was never a fight of political alliances or colors. But this fight is a fight for the BUeños, for them to choose and determine who among the candidates should actually and must truly win.
Ngayon naman, pakinggan natin ang independent candidate na si Miss De Mesa. Ang iyong 5 minutes ay magsisimula ngayon.
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Alam kong nakakapagod ang ating election ngayon, kaya before ko simulan yung speech ko, gusto ko lang sasabihin sa inyo na kumusta kayo? Pwede nyo bang itap sa shoulder ang mga katabi nyo and tanungin sila, kumusta ka? Kasi sa declining students ngayon na gustong maging student leader, sobrang hirap talaga, sinasabi ko sa inyo. And as a student na 4 na taong nag-serve sa council, 4 na taong nag-serve sa ating mga estudyante, hindi madali ang student leadership. And I really acknowledge these student leaders na nasa harapan ngayon at ang mga nakaupo dyan sa inyo, na okay lang mapagod, okay lang magpahinga, as long as you stay true to your principles and you stay true sa prinsipyo mo sa buhay. Kasi kahit anong sabihin ng iba, mas kilala mo ang sarili mo, mas alam mo yung ginagawa mo, at kung ano man ang ibato nila sa'yo, kung naging true ka sa sarili mo, at kung kilala ka talaga ng mga kasama mo, walang-wala yan sa'yo. Walang-wala yan sa pinanggalingan mo. Walang-wala yan sa kung anong party ka man. Kasi hindi naman talaga wala naman talagang yung party-party na yan. Tulad ko, tulad ni Camia, tulad ng ibang candidates dito. Nag-run kami kasi may mga own principle kami lahat. Hindi dahil sa party na pinanggalingan namin. And as an independent candidate, aaminin ko, syempre galing ako sa LLR Reforma. And ang LLR Reforma, hindi na re-accredit. Pero did that stop me na mag-run ngayon? Did that stop me na lusungin ang karagatan ng mga problems, karagatan ng mga problema ng ating universidad? And did that stop me na harapin kayo ngayon? Walang prepared na 5-minute speech, nag-i-impromptu sa harapan nyo, na ang pagiging student leader, hindi na measure kung saan ka belong. Kasi yung own principle natin yung nagdadala sa atin sa entablado. Hindi sa entablado actually, kundi sa mesa kasama ang mga estudyante, kasama ang mga mahal natin sa buhay na kahit anong mangyari, iisa lang yung gusto natin, yung magkaisa tayo lahat. And nag-run akong independent kasi syempre, from LLR Reforma, di ko naman dinedenay na it was my home. Pero sa 4 years of service ko, I'm telling you guys na I'm ready na umalis sa home na yon at maging independent kasi nag-grow ako sa home na yon, nag-grow ako sa people na mga nakasama ko sa home na yon, and I'm ready to stand here in front of you to represent you all. Hindi dahil sa home na yon, hindi dahil sa pinanggalingan ko, kundi dahil sa naniniwala ako na kaya ko kayong ipaglaban. Kasi nakayanan ko ngang umalis sa home na yon, nakayanan ko ngang maging uncomfortable ngayon. Kasi I know for a fact na hindi ako madedefine kung saan ako pinanggalingan. Kasi I stayed true to my principles, I stayed true to my core values. At ang kasama ka sa mesa ay ang plataforma ko, ay ang leadership guiding principle ko na gusto kong ibigay sa inyo, na gusto kong ihandog sa inyo. Dahil sa panahon na mahirap mag-lead sa isang konseho, tulad sa aking institusyon na Institute of Design and Architecture, walang tumakbo sa kanila. Kasi Sino ba ako para pigilan silang piliin ang peace of mind? Sino ako para pigilan silang piliin ang kalayaan? Na tulad ko ngayon, pinili ko rin ang kalayaan ko upang maging independent, upang umalis sa home ko. At sino ako para diktahan sila kung anong gagawin nila? Kailangan lang naman nilang magpahinga. Kailangan lang naman nilang i-realign ang purpose nila sa buhay. At darating nga araw, babalik at babalik sila sa kung saan sila nagsimula, ang maging student leader. And let's appreciate them, guys. Hindi talaga madali maging student leader. Pero at least you can be kind, you can be humble, and with kasama ka sa mesa, gagawin natin yan lahat. At kami, kung ako man ang mananalo, kasama ka rin sa mesa.
Maraming salamat. Ano ang iyong masasabi rito, Miss Veralio? Ang iyong 1 minute ay magsisimula ngayon.
Okay. So, gusto ko lang naintindihan ko ang passion ni Ate Carmel when it comes to leadership. But knowing that running for this position requires as well technicalities and of course, assertiveness in certain matters, I want to ask you, as someone vying for the CSR position, how do you reconcile the politics of love and the necessity to be assertive in the problems or concerns raised by the student body, specifically in the cases that these matters require assertiveness in immediate attention? Again, as someone vying for the CSR position, how do you reconcile the politics of love and the necessity to be assertive in the problems and concerns raised by the student body, specifically in the cases where these matters require assertiveness and immediate attention? Okay.
Bibigyan ka namin, Ms. De Mesa, ng 3 minutes para sumagot.
Leadership does not mean being loud always. Kaya sa kasama ka sa mesa, I want to propose to you na ang leadership hindi loud palagi. Kailangan mo lang maging grounded. Kailangan mo lang maging true to sa principles mo, maging true sa core values mo. Kasi ang pagiging loud sometimes, it creates a mess. And with my platform kasama ka sa mesa, it does not create a mess. It creates solutions. And hindi dahil sa ganito ako, tahimik ako, very humble ako sa tao, ay mahina na ako. Gusto ko lang composed ako palagi. And gusto ko mag-spread ng kindness sa lahat ng tao. Kasi kindness does not hurt naman, di ba? Ang konting kindness mo, what if yan din yung makakatulong or makakasagip ng buhay ng ibang tao? And hindi dahil sa ganito ako, ay wala na akong kapasidad para maging CSR ninyo. Hindi naman ako umalis sa comfort zone ko kung sa tingin ko hindi ko kaya. Hindi ako nag-serve sa Bicol University ng 4 years bilang isang presidente kung hindi ko kaya. And hindi ako binoto ng mga kasama ko kung sa tingin nila hindi ko kaya. Kaya with that credibility, with that credentials, it speaks for myself. Kasi it does not define me talaga na kumbaga pag-kind ka, pagtahimik ka, wala ka nang magagawa. And ang masasabi ko lang is that yung plataforma kung kasama ka sa mesa ay may 3 plataforma din, which is first, yung Mesa Connects. At aminin na natin, as a CSE president, kahit close ako sa USC, hindi ko talaga ramdam yung connection namin. Kaya with Mesa Connects, I want to conduct courtesy calls din sa lahat ng CSE. Kami mismo yung lalapit, kami mismo yung sasagot ng hinain nyo. Hindi yung kayo yung magmimake ng effort para dalhin sa amin yan. And with Mesa Response, we conduct needs assessment sa lahat ng mga proyektong pinopropose. Tulad sa architecture, before kami pumili ng site, nagko-conduct kami ng needs assessment para alamin kung tama ba yun, tama bang doon natin i-build ang structure na yan, kung tama bang doon natin i-build ang foundations ng isang building. Kasi kung hindi natin i-review ang mga proyekto natin, paano natin ma-make sure na yun talaga yung kailangan ng mga estudyante sa pabago-bagong pangangailangan nila?
And huli, meron akong platformang Mesa Pathways kung saan ipopropose ko ang mga holistic projects na makakatulong sa mga estudyante. Yun lamang po.
Maraming salamat Miss Veralio at Miss De Mesa.
Ating napakinggan ang maiinit na debate ng mga kandidato na naglalayong makakuha ng pwesto sa University Student Council. Sa huli, tayo mga eskolar ng bayan pa rin ang magdidikta ng kahinatnan ng halalang ito.
Marapat lamang nasuriin ang kalidad ng kanilang mga plataporma, siyasatin ang kanilang kahandaan sa panunungkulan at timbangin ang kanilang mga prinsipyo, paninindigan at mga ipinaglalaban. Don't let your chance to make a change go to waste.
Let your real voice be heard through your vote. In your vote lies the future of Bicol University student body.
Makiisa, magmatsyag, mangilatis at mamulat.
Sa muli, ako ang inyong lingkod, CJ Ramos.
At ako naman si Julian Bermundo. Ngayong halalan, higit sa ano paman, puso ang dapat na pamantayan sa pagpili ng totoong leader na may malasakit.
Prinsipyo, plataforma,
paninindigan. Ito ang
Harapan 2026 sa USC Candidates Grand Debate Forum. Mabuhay Bicol University!